Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check for captions 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Oh, no.
That's all right, so we got a mic on.
Yeah, we do.
Is it the room? Uh, actually, but I mean, we're getting an echo, so there's got to be. You're the only one that's logged in. Is your mic on?
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing for captions 1, 2, 3. The webcast will begin at 9 a.m. The webcast will begin at 9 a.m. Testing 1, 2, 3. The webcast will begin at 9 a.m. The webcast will begin at 9 a.m.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, July 3rd. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to bring this meeting back into order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining us shortly will be Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, and we have here as well Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our executive staff and have here our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Karen Mogus. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's item, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda, a link and form. But if you're having any challenges getting onto the platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on today's item. For everyone here in the room, good morning, good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements quickly for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on today's item, there is a laptop on the side of the room here. There is also a QR code in order to sign up. When you come to the microphone, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation that you are a part of. And also lastly, please do silence any phones so we have an uninterrupted discussion today. This morning, we will be hearing an item from the Office of Research Planning and Performance regarding the proposed regulation on making conservation a way of life. As we begin here, I do just want to acknowledge and thank everyone that has contributed to what has been a robust discussion over the last year on this regulation. With the criticality of conservation, I think we can all agree is important to continue to adapt to the realities of climate change here as we work our way through an incredible heat wave. Know very, I think urgently, that our climate has changed, and importantly, our uses should match the hydrology that we're all here faced with. I want to acknowledge as well that this is a very data-driven and nuanced regulation. The arc of conservation in this state has been an incredible one. Californians know that conservation is critical, and it's shown by the continued conservation that we've seen through successive droughts. And what this creates is really a floor. And importantly, it's not a policy in isolation. When we think of the water supply strategy, it also calls out increasing water supplies, not just through conservation, but importantly, ensuring the conservation as a base is an efficient use. We're using our supplies efficiently here on the urban side, are important to ensure that investments, still costly investments, whether it's recycling or desal or new supplies, are appropriately sized. Importantly as well, as we think of the Colorado River, the Bay Delta, the stressed watersheds from which much of the urban supply comes into our cities and communities, we need to show for other states and for ourselves here that we're taking importantly steps that ease that burden, and especially in dry times, but through all water year types, in order to ensure that we all continue to have ample supply and thriving communities. So I just want to thank, again, everyone that's contributed to this conservation. It's been this regulation. It has been a decade's worth of work, including sister agencies like the Department of Water Resources and NGOs, water agencies, academics, and just really appreciate the tone and tenor that many have brought to this conversation, where there can be disagreement certainly on how we get to an outcome, but common understanding that, again, conservation is a critical part of California's strategy to adapt to a hotter, drier future. So with that said, I'll kick it over to our folks here in the program and begin the presentation today. And thank you, everyone, for time and attention.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair and members. I'm James Nachbauer. I'm the Director of the State Board's Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. I'm joined here today by my colleagues David Rose, Charlotte Ely, Karina Herrera, Pedro Aratanya, and Garrett Lenahan. Before we get into the details of the proposed regulation to implement AB 1668 and Senate Bill 606, I want to talk a little bit about some of the context here. Those bills passed in 2018 are examples of water conservation and water efficiency legislation that followed major droughts. And other examples here in California include efficiency regulations related to plumbing fixtures from following the 1976-1977 drought, an agreement between suppliers and environmental groups on best management practices for conservation following the 87-92 drought, the passage of 20 by 2020 following the 2007 through 2009 drought, and following the 2011 through 2017 drought, and during and following that, the state set mandatory urban water use reduction targets and then passed the two bills we're talking about today. And then finally, most recently, following the 2020 through 2022 drought, the water supply strategy was released, which laid out a variety of water management goals, including to build upon the conservation achievements of the last 2 decades to reduce annual water demand in towns and cities. And this proposed regulation, along with actions already being taken by Californians and suppliers across the state, would lead to about 500,000 acre-feet of water savings in 2040. So now we'll turn to the proposed regulation. Next slide, please. So the board was directed to work within the structure of these laws. When they established a new framework, a new foundation for long-term improvements in water use efficiency and conservation and drought planning to acknowledge the impacts of climate change and longer, more intense droughts. While prior efforts have focused on percent reductions, this framework is more about using water efficiently. And these bills created a framework of water use objectives for urban retail water suppliers to calculate and meet that are based on standards for water use efficiency in different categories of use. And we'll get into details shortly. But as you acknowledged, both the board and the Department of Water Resources have had major roles here. The department was required by legislation to provide recommendations to the state board, and they did that in fall of 2022. Those recommendations covered various aspects of the framework, including methods to calculate urban water use objectives, standards, measures to support compliance, and performance measures. And we really appreciate the work of our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources, and we've been closely coordinating with them to carry out our work here. And now I'll hand things over to Ms. Ely.
Thank you, James. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Charlotte Ely, Climate and Strategy Advisor in the Office of Research Planning and Performance. So it's been a busy year, but also a busy last few decades. We're building on a very strong history of conservation in California. Almost a year ago, the State Water Board began the formal rulemaking process for the proposed conservation as a way of life regulation. During the last year, there have been 4 public comment periods. The last one ended on Monday. The board held a public hearing and several meetings dedicated to discussing the proposed regulation. Today is a big day in the year-long formal rulemaking process. During today's board meeting, you all will consider adopting the resolution to adopt the proposed regulation. If you do adopt, the regulation would go into effect by January 1st. Next slide, please. We wanted to take a few moments to highlight the public engagement that has occurred during the formal rulemaking process, but also before. There have been 4 public meetings. On March of 2023, board staff hosted a pre-rulemaking workshop during a public board meeting. On October 4th, board staff held a public hearing during a board meeting on the draft regulatory framework. In this 10-hour meeting, approximately 90 individuals provided public comment. On March 20th of this year, there was another public workshop. Approximately 50 people commented. And then a few days later, board staff held a public Q&A session. There have been nearly 30 working group sessions In spring of 2023, board staff held 5 workshops with diverse parties to help staff understand and evaluate how the framework could affect various organizations, communities in California. We heard about whether and how various organizations could support the framework to make conservation a California way of life. In the summer of 2023, staff additionally held 2 workshops with small suppliers to better understand how the framework could specifically affect these smaller agencies. And then throughout November and December of last year, staff hosted 21 meetings with 5 different working groups to better understand and address concerns that have been raised about the draft regulatory framework. There have been numerous stakeholder discussions over the last few years. Throughout November and December 2023, board staff specifically hosted 20 one-on-one meetings with suppliers who serve disadvantaged communities. All this, again, is building on the very good work of the department, who themselves, prior to providing their formal recommendations to us, hosted 29 public meetings, 7 workshop groups, and 6 stakeholder discussions between summer 2018 and winter 2021. So thank you again, everyone, for all of your contributions. Next slide, please. So for the folks who are just tuning in, you might be wondering, what have we been talking about for all these years? Well, neatly laid out in the mere 43 pages of reg text we propose adding to the California Code of Regulations. In the next 2 slides, I'm just going to provide a really high-level summary of what the proposed framework is. A big part of the regulation pertains to what is called the Urban Water Use Objective and its core components. These are residential indoor and outdoor water use associated with commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters, real water losses, and, if applicable, variances and temporary provisions. To reward and incentivize potable recycled water, there is also a bonus incentive for this. So the proposed regulation stipulates how each of these budgets would be calculated. For this reason, the proposed regulation is math heavy. It includes a lot of equations, most of which are quite simple. Except for the residential indoor use budget and the budget for real water losses, the proposed regulation would also establish efficiency standards. So these standards are key parameters that are used in the equations and largely determine how much water would be included in each budget. Finally, the proposed regulation requires that each urban retail water supplier would add up all of these budgets and calculate its urban water use objective. It is the urban water use objective and not, for example, the discrete budget for residential indoor water use that a supplier must meet. A supplier would choose how to meet its overall urban water use objective. Next slide, please. So the proposed regulation also establishes commercial, institutional, and industrial performance measures and annual reporting requirements. As with the urban water use objective and its core components, the CII performance measures were largely handed down by the legislature. Regarding the CII performance measures, the proposed regulation establishes the categories a supplier will use to classify its CII water users, the threshold used to determine which CII landscapes with mixed meters a supplier shall either install a dedicated irrigation meter on or employ in lieu technologies for, and then lastly, the thresholds that would be used to determine which CII water users a supplier would offer best management practices to. Next slide, please. I guess just a quick note on the reporting requirements. The proposed reg does establish what would be included in the annual reports that are provided to the department and the State Water Board. So here, before handing off the presentation to the Conservation Supervisor, Karina Herrera, I wanted to quickly remind everyone interested, who is subject to the proposed regulation. It is water suppliers, not individuals or businesses, that will be held to the framework's objectives. Urban retail water suppliers are the largest suppliers in California. They serve about 95% of Californians. They serve diverse communities, both geographically and economically, and they really range in size and expertise. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, for example, is an urban retail water supplier that serves 10% of the state, while the city of Cambria, for example, is also an urban retail water supplier and serves just over 6,000 people. So I think I will now pass it to Karina. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the next couple of slides, I'll give what is hopefully considered a brief overview of some of the changes that have happened to the proposed regulation over the course of the 4 comment periods that we've had. So since we last presented on the regulation before the board in March, the board has put out 2 drafts of the regulation out for public comment, one in May and one in June, which just wrapped up on Monday. At a high-level summary, the proposed regulation has changed so that the no backsliding provision is in place in all years with an accommodation for suppliers who are part of a regional alliance. It added a variance for existing trees, provided a larger budget for new climate-ready trees, and also included some other minor technical fixes made for improvement in clarity, consistency, ease of implementation, and to streamline reporting. Next slide. On the no backsliding provision, Water Code Section 10609.2D states that the long-term standards shall be set at a level designed so that the water use objectives, together with other excluded demands from the long-term standards, things such as CI&I indoor use, for example, would exceed the statewide conservation targets. The first draft of the proposed regulation stated that if supplier's objective did not exceed their SBX 7x7 conservation targets, the objective would then be equaled to its SBX 7x7 target less excluded demands. The second draft applied the SBX 7x7 caps for individual targets starting in 2040, so it delayed it by a couple of years, when the most efficient standards are proposed would be in effect. This raised concerns that if left uncapped, urban water use could increase beyond the SBX 7x7 targets until 2040. As a result, the third draft of the regulation removed the beginning in 2040 clause, but also added a paragraph stating that until June 2040, this subdivision on objectives exceeding the SBX 7x7 targets would not apply to any supplier that is achieving its target based on a regional alliance, but has not yet achieved their individual target. And no additional changes were made to this section for the 4th draft. Next slide. The 3rd draft of the regulation adds a variance for irrigating existing residential trees and trees on CI&I landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters. While trees, when irrigated and cared for properly, can be water efficient and have been shown to require 4 to 10 times less water than turf, this variance provides a mechanism to prevent adverse tree impacts if they are unavoidable for suppliers trying to meet their urban water use objectives. Suppliers with an approved variance would calculate the budget for existing trees by applying a landscape efficiency factor of 0.63 to the square footage of their existing tree canopy. The 4th draft of the regulation made some minor refinements to this variance. It, for example, added coverage to clarify that square footage of existing tree refers to the square footage of existing tree canopy coverage. So we're talking 2-dimensional spaces. And it also made changes to address concerns raised about the required inventory. It, 1, removed the requirement that the statistically valid sample for the inventory be consistent with peer-reviewed urban forestry assessment tools, and 2, that the analysis and inventory can now be prepared by a credentialed or certified urban forester or a certified arborist, when prior only a certified forester was listed. And it also made changes to clarify what feasible actions a supplier could take to meet their water use objective. Next slide. On the provision for new climate-ready trees. This provision has been in place since the first draft of the proposed regulation. However, we did receive comments that the budget for the newly planted trees might not be adequate for the trees to properly get established. So after further analysis, the third draft of the regulation increased the square footage associated with each newly planted climate-ready tree from 1 to 4 square feet. And it also added a climate zone multiplier, same as the one used for the variance for controlling dust in horse corrals or other animal exercise arenas. And no other changes were made to this temporary provision during the fourth draft. Next slide. So moving on to some of the previous changes that were made during the second draft of the proposed reg, and that are still in place for the current proposal. The second draft of the regulation made alternative compliance pathways more accessible for certain suppliers facing large reductions. It extended the ramp down of the outdoor standards. And until a landscape area is updated, suppliers unable to meet their overall objectives are allowed to include 20% of irrigable, not irrigated area when calculating their residential outdoor budget. And several other changes were made to the proposed regulation to simplify and streamline performance measures and reporting. Next slide. So as a quick refresher for what is in the current draft of the regulation for alternative compliance pathways, a supplier is eligible for pathway 1 if their median household income is less than the statewide median household income. And they estimate that they would have to reduce current water use by 20% or more in order to meet their 2040 objective. Under this pathway, a supplier would be deemed in compliance with the objective if they are reducing water use by 1% per year, and they create and implement a plan to achieve their objective based on the long-term standards. Under pathway 2, there is no income threshold for this, and suppliers would be eligible for this pathway if they estimate they would have to reduce current water use by 30% or more in order to meet their 2040 objective. They would be deemed in compliance with the objective if they are reducing water use by 2% or more per year, verify adherence to the G480 standards, and create and implement a plan to achieve their water use objective. Next slide. And moving on to a quick refresher for what's in the reg for the residential and CI&I with landscapes with DIMS outdoor standards. The outdoor standards are expressed as landscape efficiency factors which change over time. The LEF is a factor used to calculate the aggregate amount of water a supplier may need to deliver to customers so that they can maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across the supplier's service area. Next slide. For the visual learners in the audience and for those who like examples, another way of thinking about the landscape efficiency factors is through landscape examples. In the middle, we have a yard, which might be at a LEF of 0.55, which is the proposed 2040 standard for the residential outdoor budget. It's majority low water using plants irrigated with drip, some warm season grass using overhead sprays. On the left, we have what would be a more efficient landscape, which would translate to a lower LEF value. It's majority native or other low water using plants being very efficiently irrigated, perhaps relying a lot on drip irrigation. And then on the right, we have what would be a less efficient landscape, which translates to a higher LEF value. Majority grass or other high water using plants being irrigated in a not so efficient way. And next slide. So the current draft of the proposed regulation sets the residential and CI&I landscapes with DIMS standards at 0.8 from the time of adoption until 2035. From 2035 through 2040, these standards changed to 0.63. And then starting in 2040, the residential standard becomes 0.55, and the standard for CI&I landscapes with DIMS becomes 0.45. Next slide. Moving on to the inclusion of irrigable, not irrigated landscape area. When the department measured residential landscape area, they categorized it as one of three categories, either irrigable irrigated, irrigable not irrigated, or not irrigable. Irrigable not irrigated area was meant to capture a landscape that appears to not be currently irrigated, but is either presumed to have been previously irrigated or may be in the future. So the current draft of the regulation says that suppliers may include 20% of their irrigable, not irrigated area when calculating their residential outdoor budget. If otherwise, they would not be able to meet their objective until residential landscape area is updated. Next slide. And last slide for me. We just wanted to provide a quick summary of the potential water reductions that might be needed in order to meet the 2040 standards based on the 2017 through 2021 average water use. About 124 suppliers, representing 31% of all suppliers, would not be required to have any water use reductions. About 166 suppliers would fall in that 0 to 20% reduction window. 60 suppliers would be in the 20 to 30% reduction category, and 46, representing 12% of suppliers, would be in the greater than 30% reduction. And just a small caveat that this is in many ways what is represented as the upper bound of potential water use reductions. A quick note that this does not consider any future updates to data corrections, does not include the budgets associated with variances or special landscape areas, alternative compliance, nor does it consider long-term trends, for example, in population or water use trends. And with that, I will hand it over to Pedro to talk about our economic analysis.
Thank you, Karina. In this slide, I will briefly explain the economic framework that we used to assess the economic impact of the proposed regulation. We used this economic framework and performed this economic analysis to support board decision-making and to comply with the requirements of the rulemaking process. In the basic framework, we compare two scenarios. One in which we make water use projections absent the proposed regulation, and in the other scenario in which we make water use projections if the proposed regulation were adopted. By comparing these two scenarios, we aim to understand the impact of the proposed regulation. Under the proposed regulation, we assumed first, that some suppliers would increase their efforts to promote water use efficiency, and also that some customers would participate in their suppliers' efficiency programs and collectively use less water. As a result, under the proposed regulation, suppliers would not need to produce or purchase as much water as they would without the proposed regulation. And as a consequence, suppliers would not have to spend as much money as they would without the proposed regulation. And this concept is what we refer to as the avoided water cost. Suppliers' avoided cost is a benefit of the proposed regulation, actually the most significant one that we are able to quantify in this economic analysis. Of course, additionally, the increased investment in water use efficiency represents one of the main cost drivers of the proposed regulation in the framework that we are using. Next slide, please. In this slide, we summarize the estimated economic impacts of the proposed regulation from 2025 to 2050. The proposed regulation is expected to have a positive impact overall, with estimated total benefits of approximately $6.2 billion in that time frame, and total costs of about $4.7 billion in that time frame. And this results in a net benefit within the economic framework that we used, a net benefit of $1.5 billion from 2025 to 2050. So the table that we show in the slide breaks down the impacts into different sectors, the ones that we analyzed: residential, CI&I, wastewater, and urban forestry. Each sector has columns for the estimated benefits, costs, and net benefits in millions of dollars. As you can see, in the residential sector, the proposed regulation is expected to bring benefits amounting to $3.9 billion in that time frame. However, there will also be costs, and those costs total around $2.6 billion in that time frame. Overall, the net benefit for the residential sector is estimated at $1.3 billion. In the CI&I sector, the estimated benefits are about $2.3 billion, with costs projected at $1.2 billion from 2025 to 2050. The net benefit for the CI&I sector is estimated at $1.1 billion. We could not quantify the benefits for the wastewater sector, but the costs are expected to reach almost $1 billion in that time frame. Also, we could not quantify the benefits for the urban forestry sector, but costs are projected at $19 million in that time frame. So in the next slide, please, I will further break down the costs that I just described. Residential water use efficiency measures, as shown in the table, that we assume would be implemented under the proposed regulation, account for almost 30% of the total estimated costs, or approximately $1.4 billion from 2025 to 2050. Second comes CI&I performance measures, mainly the assumption that of installation and maintenance of dedicated irrigation meters on some CI&I properties. And this would account for another 26% of the estimated costs of the proposed regulation, or about $1.2 billion. And third, lost revenues, mostly by suppliers, accounting for another 22% of the estimated costs, or about $1 billion in that time frame. Improvements to wastewater infrastructure account for 15% of the total estimated costs, or approximately $720 million from 2025 to 2050. Back to Charlotte.
Hey, Jerome. All right, as we wrap up the staff presentation, can move to the next slide, please. I wanted to quickly highlight some of the progress that the State Water Board and the department have made abiding by Water Code sections 10609C4 and 10609.15. To reduce redundant data submissions, the proposed regulatory text explicitly requires that the annual reports would include data that have already been reported to the board or elsewhere. This would allow us to integrate existing systems. To increase access to data, staff have begun compiling relevant data and making it available according to the principles and requirements of the Open and Transparent Data Act. So here we're showing a snapshot of the Open Data webpage hosting the relevant data sets for the annual reports. There are a number of data sets that are already live, including the Public Water System Identification and DWR Identification Crosswalk. This is a huge achievement that allows us to connect water system data to urban retail water supplier data. The department-generated residential landscape area and climate data is also available, the real water loss standards, and most recently, the residential population. So essentially what we're doing is creating an open data one-stop shop for data relevant to the conservation as a way of life framework. These data sets can be used to inform the relevant fields in the annual reporting form, and we're working to pre-fill to lessen the reporting burdens on suppliers. So next slide, please. So this concludes our presentation about the proposed regulation. Staff recommend that you adopt the draft resolution, which James will introduce momentarily, with change sheet number 1 to adopt the proposed regulation. If adopted, staff would submit the complete rulemaking package to the Office of Administrative Law by mid-August and work to have the rule take effect again by January 1st, 2025. In the meantime, staff will continue to work internally and with our sister agencies on streamlining existing and new reporting to help ease the burdens on suppliers, with the goal of getting the essential pieces up on open data by October 1st of this year. That should be 2024. So barring no questions on next steps, I will hand things back to James to introduce the resolution. So thank you. We're looking forward to comments in the discussion.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the resolution is both how the regulation would be adopted, but it's also a policy document. It lays out a number of considerations and issues, including that in the implementation of the regulation, if it's adopted, the staff should consider affordability and equity, should coordinate with other state agencies and other state water board programs, should continue to work to streamline data and reporting, should use a fair, consistent, progressive, and transparent approach to enforcement, and should provide periodic status updates. As Ms. Ely mentioned, there is a change sheet. There are physical copies here in the room, and it's also, I think, posted or will be posted online. And we can walk through the resolution with those proposed changes now or after comments.
I think, looking to fellow board colleagues if they have an opinion, but I think we can wait till maybe after comments so that we can incorporate other changes as well if so needed.
Okay, great. Well, that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that presentation. Just looking to fellow board colleagues if they have comment or question here at the top before we start to hear from individuals. And seeing none, we can start to come into our commenters here. And I'll note, I believe currently we have about 22 commenters or so. So, feel free to take the time needed, but we can start with 3 minutes for everyone. First, I'd like to call up Clark Elliott, be followed by Amy Talbot, and then Paul Helliker. Good morning.
Morning. Hi, my name is Clark Elliott. I'm the Conservation Manager at Desert Water Agency in Palm Springs. Thank you to the board for this opportunity to comment on the revised draft regulation. Desert Water Agency appreciates the diligent work of state staff and the board over several years to understand the complex and sometimes competing interests of the multiple parties trying to make conservation a California way of life. The regulation has been significantly improved since it was first proposed, and Desert Water Agency's March comments reflect that. However, the regulation still has flaws which have not been addressed since that draft. 2040 reduction in the landscape efficiency factor standard remains aggressive and based on a design standard, not real world conditions. The accuracy of data used to determine the outdoor residential landscape data is not above criticism. The lack of per parcel information means verifying the accuracy of flyovers and identifying desert landscaping compared to native desert could not be determined without suppliers undertaking their own data gathering and analysis. Further, the fact that the commercial and residential parkway data is yet to be provided leaves many suppliers without the ability to accurately calculate their objective. Water suppliers are being tasked with complying with the regulation without the full knowledge of the scope of the problem. While there have been many attempts to address them in the most recent draft of the regulation, unintended consequences are still going to arise. The newest acknowledgement of the potential effect of the regulation on trees is appreciated, but may prove arduous to qualify for, with nebulous benefits on whether the most hot and arid areas may even qualify. Disadvantaged communities, such as the fixed income seniors and low income families that Desert Water Agency serves, are likely to be adversely affected by the regulation as the administrative and regulatory costs compound. So with that said, I'd like to kind of close by providing a final comment that many in this room may already know, but the actions that we're taking going forward are going to speak louder than the words in this room. The regulation, if adopted today, is the first step in this conservation framework, not the last. And the type of engagement from multiple stakeholders that this regulation has fostered needs to continue and not end here. Even with all of these flaws, that we are going to try to work towards meeting the aggressive goals of this regulation, and the state staff and water board need to continue to identify where additional technical and financial assistance can be provided to mitigate the unintended consequences and make long-term commitments to conservation over the life of this regulation. Desert Water Agency still supports many of the changes that have been made thus far and the goals of this regulation, but also recognizes the continued needs of water suppliers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the participation and contributions here, Mr. Elliott. Next, I'd like to call up Amy Talbot, be followed by Paul Helliker, and then Brenley McKenna. Oh, mic's cool. There you
Good
are.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members and staff. I'm Amy Talbot, Water Efficiency Program Manager for the Regional Water Authority. RWA is a joint powers authority representing 22 public and private water suppliers covering about 2.2 million residents in Sacramento, Placer, El Dorado, Nevada, Yolo, Yuba, and Sutter counties. Our region is committed to long-term water efficiency, and we have reduced our total demand 23% since 2013, while our population has grown 15%. This achievement is a testament to the hard work of our water suppliers, water efficiency staff, grant and locally funded water efficiency programs, significant investments in smart metering technology, public outreach and education efforts, and commitment to our residents, institutions, and businesses. We believe that water efficiency is a necessary component of sustainable water management and climate change adaptation. RWA and our member agencies have been active participants of this regulatory process for over 7 years, and we're very supportive of the water budget approach of Senate Bill 606 and Assembly Bill 1668. The regulation that will be adopted today reflects some of the changes that we've advocated for over the years, including alternative compliance, extended timelines for outdoor standards, acceptance of regional programs for local compliance, and a variety of simplified CII performance measures. It also reflects the absence of some of the changes we are hoping for, including a minimum outdoor standard of 0.63 LEF, inclusion of calendar year reporting, permanent recognition of landscape area measurement limitations, and a dedicated non-variance LEF for tree canopy starting in 2040. That said, we are ready to turn our focus towards implementation and expanding our current regional program and efforts to support our agencies with this regulation compliance. The next 3 to 5 years will be very critical to the success of the regulation. We'll be collectively learning a lot of things about the feasibility of the regulation requirements, local funding limitations, and I'm sure there'll be some unexpected outcomes along the way. Even today, before adoption, there are several active bills looking to update related statute. To that point, and in the spirit of adaptive management, we request that a framework of ongoing monitoring and tracking of implementation progress be put in place. This could include an advisory group that meets regularly to discuss challenges and opportunities with the implementation, and regular State Water Board and DWR report backs of supplier submitted data, a variance in temporary provision usage, implementation costs, and water savings at minimum. We'd also like to see an enforcement policy that allows for discretion for suppliers that are making a good faith effort towards meeting their objectives and for other requirements that might be found to be infeasible during this implementation. And then lastly, I'd like to recognize all the time, effort, and passion that has been displayed by board members, staff, and stakeholders during this process. It's been a long and challenging process, but I'm very hopeful that the regulation will achieve its desired outcomes over the next several decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talbot. Really appreciate your contributions throughout the year and helping make this as implementable as possible. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Helliker, be followed by Brenly McKenna, and then Cody Phillips.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's good to see you in person, even though it's a little warm outside. I do thank you for all of the opportunities that you provided for us and our partners in our coalition to provide input. And despite any evidence to the contrary, we are very grateful for all the changes that you've made to the regulations, particularly the ones that Amy just enumerated. But let me note some perplexing information from your Objective Explorer data. And my numbers may be a little different from the ones that were on the slide earlier, but I did draw them from the most recent provisional data. So 111 of the 396 agencies that are in the Explorer must reduce by 20% or more by 2040. And 54% of those are inland agencies. And of those agencies, 82% are below the state median household income level. Now, these figures are underestimates because the Explorer does not currently include any reductions associated with dedicated irrigation meters because you don't have the data. And they also include the irrigable, non-irrigated areas that are proposed to have no water budgets when the landscape data is updated. But for those who will have to reduce by 40% or more, 75% of them are inland, and 77% of those are below statewide average income. And then for those that have to reduce between 30% and 39%, 73% are inland and 89% are below the statewide average. I'm not sure why. I'm still trying to figure that out, but it's information that is kind of disconcerting. The coalition of 27 agencies that we've been participating in continue to note that the regulations don't comport with the law with respect to the outdoor standard because the law says that that should apply to irrigable lands. You did have that conversation at your March 20th workshop, and staff said that they do comply with the law, but the law is pretty clear, and I don't believe that a water budget of zero for irrigable lands that are not irrigated is really what the legislature intended or what the law says. We've also requested that the board set the 2040 outdoor standard to 0.63 ETF to fulfill the legal mandate that the standards accommodate existing landscapes. The additional tree canopy budget would potentially help ameliorate some of this deficiency, but the additional requirements for tree surveys and particularly for the alternatives analysis will essentially make this option unavailable. So we request the board delete these additional requirements and make the other revisions we've requested. And thank you again.
Thank you as well, Mr. Helliker. Next, I'd like to call up Brenly McKenna, be followed by Cody Phillips, and then Jennifer Shimon.
Hello, good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the State Board. I'm Brenly McKenna with Water Reuse, California. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you on the proposed resolution to make conservation the California way of life. We appreciate the board's ongoing support for recycled water and potable reuse as a critical water supply for California. Recycled water is a key resource for diversifying local supplies and improving the state's long-term water resilience and meeting goals in the governor's water supply strategy. Water Reuse California appreciates the revisions to the regulations over the course of the last year. What you see before you strikes a balance between using recycled water and potable reuse supplies efficiently while protecting and encouraging their further development in California. We have been engaged with the development of these regulations since the passage of the authorizing legislation in 2018. We thank the State Board and the Department of Water Resources for conducting years of stakeholder outreach, which has now resulted in a regulatory package that is implementable and will help the state adapt to climate challenges in the future. We'd also like to thank the State Board staff for their ongoing responsiveness, and we share your commitment to a climate resilient water resources, and look forward to partnering with the State Board on this moving forward into the future. So with that, I'd like to say just thank you again.
Thank you as well, Ms. McKenna. Appreciate the contributions from water reuse here and helping to, again, make this an implementable regulation. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, be followed by Jennifer Shimon, and then Mary Wood.
Morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. It's nice to say good morning instead of good evening, as the other workshops have been. Cody Phillips, with staff attorney with California Coastkeeper Alliance. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment today. As we move these regulations across the finish line, it's nice to see them finally cross that finish line. It really is a great understanding of where California needs to be and that the fact that we're not there yet. So today I'd like to focus my comments really on two things. First is the new tree variances, and the second is ongoing monitoring of implementation. So first, I'd like to support the requirements that water suppliers have to meet to use the tree variances. Urban tree health is necessary for so many reasons, definitely exemplified today about the heat wave we're currently experiencing. However, most trees have plant factors less than 0.55, meaning that compliance with the outdoor standard should not harm existing trees, and that's only compliance with the outdoor standard, not compliance with the entire budget as a whole. And in fact, proactive conservation programs are one of the best ways of ensuring that we maintain our urban tree health. This is because, according to a report from CNRA, one of the leading causes of urban tree mortality during the 2012 to 2016 drought was, quote, a lack of emphasis on tree care as local water districts imposed mandatory water use reductions. These mandatory water use reductions are the consequences of reactive drought response, not the proactive drought response that we're working toward today. It is why the Environmental Coalition has been so adamant about the importance of near-term conservation targets, like meeting that 0.63 standard in 2030. It's to avoid the tree mortality that we've seen in the past. So we think that the variance now strikes an appropriate balance of ensuring that water supplier budgets are not artificially inflated, but also providing an option to add more water to prevent unnecessary harms if that really is the only way to comply with the regulations. These regulations are very flexible. There should be multiple ways of complying. For the ongoing monitoring, we do appreciate Action 11 in the draft resolution, which directs staff to bring periodic information items to update the board on these regulations. We do encourage the board to use this as an opportunity to evaluate the effectiveness of near-term conservation targets, specifically if prior to 2035, let's say a decade, there is another emergency declaration that triggers mandatory water reductions. Hard to imagine, I'm sure. I really encourage the board to look into what those reductions are, what there's tree mortalities, and what they would have been had the board been more aggressive with these near-term conservation benefits. As other commenters mentioned, there is legislation working through that may give the board a second bite at the apple, and so ongoing monitoring we think to be very important. Finally, just wanted to support the changes in the draft resolution and thank you and your staff for your dedication to efficiency and conservation and getting these regulations across the finish line. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Really appreciate your contributions, the coalition's contributions here to making sure that we're getting this just right and the importance of efficiency in the long term. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Shimon, be followed by Mary Wood, and then Melissa Hathaway McKeith.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Jennifer Shimon, Director of Water Use Efficiency with Eastern Municipal Water District, located in Riverside County. I just want to start by saying not only thank you for your time today, especially ahead of a holiday, but also thank you to all the staff. As mentioned prior, they've been working hard for the past several years to help get numerous updated drafts of the regulations out for public review. It's been a very iterative process that we definitely appreciate. Next, I want to recognize that the draft regulation you're considering today addresses several of the concerns highlighted by EMWD and many of our colleagues throughout these years. While there are still items such as reporting period flexibility, calendar versus fiscal year, that many of us would like to see adopted, this draft is reflective of the common ground we have found on many topics. EMWD respectfully requests that the State Board consider further amendments to allow for additional considerations, such as a cumulative 5% for variances to be included in the urban water use objective compliance calculation, technical assistance around reporting, and wastewater and recycled water system impacts. EMWD remains committed to continuing our longstanding efforts around conservation and water use efficiency and appreciates the opportunity to engage in this interactive process to help drive efforts that benefit our customers, as well as the residents of California. Again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you for yours as well and for participating, not just now, but throughout the process. Thank you, Ms. Shimon. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Wood, be followed by Melissa Hathaway McKeith, and then Tim Worley. Good morning. Yeah, microphone.
Wrong place. Hi, my name is Mary Wood. I have kind of missed the boat as far as conservation. However, I have one question, which is these small transient non-community water systems that do not even have metered. How are they going to be affected? How is my business going to be affected, which is associated with 9 other cabins?
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I'll just quickly answer. This regulation does not apply to those systems. This is only the 400 largest urban water agencies in the state.
Good. Well, it's not good because futuristically, I'd like to see it happen. But thank you for all your work because conservation is much needed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Wood. Really appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Melissa Hathaway McKeith, followed by Tim Worley, and then Dave Bolin.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Melissa McKeith on behalf of Citizens United for Resources in the Environment. We have been submitting comments on a specific issue dealing with cost-benefit since these were emergency regulations, including comments to the Office of Administrative Law that have never been addressed by staff. As you might recall, we are focused on the city of Riverside, which is 100% water independent from the Colorado River and the State Water Project. And our urban water management plan shows that we have sufficient water well into the future. And this becomes important because in the cost-benefit analysis that's done in the SRIA, it fails to address the fact that our city, and I would imagine other municipal water agencies, use up to 20% of their water revenue for general fund purposes. That means when we are forced to reduce water usage based on your assumptions about efficiency, it has a direct impact on our general fund, and it also impacts repayment of revenue bonds. None of this was addressed in the SRIA, and it's not a new issue because, again, we've been raising this concern and need for evaluation on our local costs. Secondly, the costs are balanced against the benefits. And it's been uncertain to me from the start in reading 10609, what is the goal? Is the goal to ensure that we have sufficient water if there is a reduction in water availability in our region because of climate? Or is the goal to ensure that we can direct water that's conserved for more growth? And I'm still unclear about that particular situation because if Riverside conserves to our detriment, where is that excess water going? Personally, for our organization, we would like to be able to comply with the governor's 30-30 conservation and utilize that water for a lot more tree planting and green space. And with all due respect to the gentleman from the environmental organization who spoke earlier, trees are very difficult to maintain when it's 105 degrees outside. And some of the assumptions in the real world, we do not live in a world where people are going to sit out there with a measuring cup and figure out how much water is going on their trees. You cannot change behavior that readily. One of the benefits that's articulated in the SRIA as to why these regulations make sense is that it will mean that water agencies do not have to expend resources to look for other sources of water. Again, I can differentiate our particular city because of the fact we will not have to look for other sources of water, because based on our investments in our groundwater rights that have been adjudicated by a court, we have sufficient water. So that benefit goes away entirely. And I raise this because the Department of Finance and the Administrative Procedures Act requires that you differentiate areas that are unique. And we are a unique area. I've been listening to these discussions for quite some time, and I haven't heard any other water agency that fits within the profile that we have here, including, as one of the gentlemen mentioned, in terms of the inland, the fact that we have the greater burden under these regulations, and we also have poorer communities than those of you on the coast or in Marin, many of whom are setting the agendas for these particular regulations. And I would like to close with the following observation, bearing in mind that when I refer to former President Trump, I'd like him to be former President Trump and keep that moniker. But he does something that's very clever, and we're seeing it reflected in our national politics. He says, when I turn on the shower, I can't get any water. He's not talking about water. He's talking about regulation. This is a very top-down regulatory regimen that Hertzberg created. It may or may not work. These are not evidentiary hearings. The assumptions have not been tested. And at a minimum, I hope for other areas that there is some adaptive management into this, because there is sort of a naive assumption that if you do all of these things, it's really going to make a difference, and we're going to be able to combat climate, and we're going to be able to reduce costs. So I'll leave you with that, because as we see a really major shift on administrative law at the federal level, and I'm not suggesting that's going to happen anytime soon in California, but honestly, there is a sense when you read these regulations with their formulas and their paperwork, and I listen to these hearings, it's that it really is a top-down regimen that we've created. Be happy to continue talking to staff and to legal counsel about our objections under the SRIA. We did submit comments to the Department of Finance. I do hope that you will take a look at the impact that this has on municipalities that have used their water as a source of revenue for other police, fire, further investment. It is impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKeith. Next, I'd like to call up Tim Worley, be followed by Dave Bolin, and then Elizabeth Lufstead.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I hope you're hearing me okay. So I'm Tim Worley, thank you, Managing Director of the Community Water Systems Alliance, or CWSA, which is a group of urban and rural water districts and cities stretching from the Coachella Valley in the high desert to Watsonville in the Central Coast. And our guiding organizing principle is larger systems helping small and under-resourced water systems. So although we're investigating technologies and other means of helping smaller systems, too often we're put in a position of defending them from actions considered by this board. My comments today will reflect both appreciation and concern. First, we appreciate that the Water Board staff, including Ms. Ely, Ms. Herrera, as well as Mr. Oppenheimer, took time to listen to concerns and made efforts to revise this regulation in many ways to make compliance with it somewhat more realistic. A few ways the regulatory text has been improved include better defining how a water supplier could apply for a necessary variance, such as for residential evaporative coolers, or including a variance for irrigating existing trees. Another is providing a more feasible alternative compliance pathway. So we also noted that with appreciation, the language added to the adopting resolution directing staff to consider affordability and equity, although we don't really know how these will be subjectively be considered. So although these examples show some movement to make the implementation by urban water suppliers possible in quotes, no one should have any illusion that it will not be extremely difficult. The work to achieve the standards set by the time required will be very substantial for many water systems, except for those that fortunately will not have to undertake any additional steps for compliance. But for water systems at the smaller end of the urban water supplier range, these will be significant. Naturally, these systems have fewer staff resources to perform necessary research and manage new data, apply for alternative compliance or available variances, implement the conservation measures, and administer the reporting requirements. Our main concerns relate to the economic evaluation of the proposed regulation. Basically, the economic evaluation may be inaccurate. I base this comment on the analysis David Mitchell has performed at the request of Mesa Water District. His review of the updated SWRCB was necessarily very quick since that updated report was only published last Friday. Nevertheless, it reveals some very concerning issues that call into question some of the economic justification. The most important of these is potentially inflated cost estimates of avoided costs based on very expensive ocean desalination and water recycling projects, although less costly options would provide a different picture. Also, it should be noted that not all water suppliers will need to expand supply over the period of analysis. We urge the Water Board to address the discrepancies between the updated SWRCB and the analysis by M-cubed. We also need to ask the State Water Board, not only with this regulation, but with others, to look at the compounding effects of its regulations, those cumulative impacts which magnify the cost burden for some disadvantaged community water systems. Water suppliers that face compliance costs for COM6, for example, and also for achieving water use objectives from this regulation, will face severe water rate hikes that harm their customers. When adopting regulations with this magnitude, we ask that the State Water Board needs to ask of its staff to produce a credible plan to assist the water systems that are unreasonably impacted. We would urge you to take these steps in adopting the resolution today and direct staff to investigate these issues further. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Worley. Next, I'd like to call up Dave Bolin, be followed by Elizabeth Lovestead, and then Chelsea Haynes.
Good morning, board members. I'm Dave Boland. I'm speaking today on behalf of Mesa Water District. Mesa Water wants to thank the board and the staff for all the hard work that's been put into the regulatory text to refine it, all the changes that the staff's gone over. We support the comments of the Aqua Coalition, which are to be delivered here and are in the comment letter. There are some additional changes to the regulation and draft resolution that were mentioned in those comments, and we support those. We also support the comments of the Coalition of Water Agencies that Paul Helliker represents, specifically related to the irrigable lands issue and the 0.63 ETF issue. Mesa Water appreciates the release of the revised standard regulatory impact assessment last Friday, but now requests adequate time for the public review and comments before the board acts on the regulation. Despite the extremely limited time frame, economist David Mitchell of MQ provided Mesa Water with a preliminary analysis of the updated SWRCB. Here are his key findings. Number one, this updated SWRCB does address several of the concerns of the previous version, including double counting of water supply benefits, incorporating price effects into the baseline demand projection. However, that demand projection is nonetheless too high still, and leading to an inflated estimate of the water savings under the regulation. And including water loss in the baseline, that was a positive thing, and then including the cost to residential customers for accelerating their conservation expenditures. However, the update continues to use inflated estimates of avoidable water supply costs, significantly overstating the benefits of the proposed regulation. It continues to use recent changes in water rates as a basis for escalating avoidable costs. For example, the 2050 avoidable supply cost in the SWRCB is 123 times higher than a defensible real rate of increase in supply costs. It also assumes expensive water supply alternatives such as ocean desal and potable reuse instead of a mix of less costly water transfers, groundwater banking, groundwater remediation, and stormwater capture, which are commonly being used by the water community. Additionally, many water suppliers, as we've heard from Riverside, will not be needing to develop any new supplies by 2050. The update continues to use inconsistent projections of marginal water rates and per capita water use, leading to inflated projections of water savings under the proposed regulation. The update contains what appear to be gross numerical errors, including costs for turf and plumbing fixture replacement programs at $1,800 and $18,000 and $7,000 per acre foot, respectively. These estimates appear to be off by an order of magnitude. The update assumes price rationing will generate 25% of the estimated residential savings, but again fails to include the economic cost to households that this will entail. Using a standard economic method, Mr. Mitchell estimates that cost estimates of $450 million in present value by itself will increase the cost of the proposed regulation by 12% over the amount reported in the updated SWRCB. Mesa Water requests that the board give stakeholders adequate time to fully review the SWRCB and provide written comments, and that the board take the time required to use this information to further amend the regulation to make it more cost-effective for water suppliers and customers. I'd like to submit to the record this memo from David Mitchell, which supports these comments, and I have 15 copies of the memo in my notebook.
Thank you, Mr. Bolin. I'm looking to Mr. Lawfer on your request.
Yeah, just at this point in time, the written comment periods have closed, as well as any opportunity for comment on the SWRCB. If staff wants to address later on in the staff responsiveness summary any of the comments they heard today from Mr. Bolin, they may.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. And thank you, Mr. Bolin. Next, I'd like to call up Chelsea Haynes, be followed by Sarah Musiker, and then Linda Vo.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm the Regulatory Relations Manager for the Association of California Water Agencies. I want to thank the board and staff for the opportunity to provide comments today. This regulation will change the way that water is used in California. Every retail water supplier and Californian will be asked to do more. This will be a major lift. This will require significant resource investment, technical assistance, and new levels of partnership. We appreciate that through this last year, the State Water Board and staff have created public process for the water supplier community and interested parties to come together and discuss the regulation. We've tried to bridge the goals of transformational change with on-the-ground realities of changing behavior, managing cost, and avoiding impacts. We also appreciate that the State Water Board's recognition of water suppliers' leadership in water use efficiency. We've tried really hard to focus our input on the technical expertise that water suppliers have from decades of implementing innovative programs. For suppliers, the success of this regulation does not end today with the Water Board's potential adoption. This is just the beginning of a multi-decade process. We're going to learn a lot. We'll have new data, new partnerships. And we look at the success of this regulation as compliance. Compliance being healthy landscapes, shade trees, equity among communities, implementing cost-effective strategies. So the ongoing partnership between state, you all, and the local water community will be really essential. So with that, our eyes turn towards the implementation, and we have two specific requests with the enacting resolution. We had submitted red line changes in our comment letter. First, we strongly believe that monitoring and assessment of any public policy, particularly those with billions of potential dollars in cost, is really important. This is an essential component of the water supply strategy. So we had asked for changes to modify resolution number 11 with a more specific directive to staff for convening a stakeholder advisory group that includes water suppliers and other interested parties to monitor cost, water savings, general challenges and barriers to the implementation of the regulation, any other potential lessons learned and opportunities, maybe to streamline variance processes as well. And secondly, to resolution number 12 to clarify progressive enforcement and how the State Water Board will utilize enforcement discretion, especially for suppliers that are making good faith efforts, and as the data improves and changes and could impact water suppliers' water use objective. Additionally, just want to recognize and remain in support of significant changes and improvements to the regulation since the initial version. So we appreciate some of the changes to the timelines to the outdoor water use standard and CII performance measures, the inclusion of a more feasible alternative compliance pathway, modifications to the compliance start date, the inclusion of the 20% of suppliers' I&I area, and changes to the processes of requesting variances and temporary provisions, including the tree variance. And then just look forward to future opportunities. I know that this budget year is tough, but to secure additional funding and technical assistance. So with that, appreciate all of the work that we've all put into this over the past year, knowing that our work is not done and future partnership will be essential. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciated your leadership, Ms. Haynes, in helping to synthesize, I know, what are varied opinions amongst the water agencies, but nonetheless here all with an eye toward making something implementable here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Musiker, be followed by Linda Vo, and then Heather Cooley.
Okay, can you hear me? Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Musiker. I'm the External Affairs Director for the California Water Association, representing 90 regulated private water utilities in the state. First, I just want to thank the board for your continued coordination with the California Public Utilities Commission. You know, our members are the only duly regulated water utilities in the state, and so that obviously presents a host of challenges in terms of compliance, especially in terms of policy and timeliness. So really appreciate both your work thus far and then continued work kind of coordinating with all of these different parties to ensure that our members can comply in a timely manner. Second, we want to just thank staff and the board for kind of including our members in all of the advisory groups and kind of reaching out to them proactively to engage with them about what implementation will look like, both now and into the future. That's been very helpful, and we've heard from our members that these conversations have been exceptionally productive. We are signatories to the Aqua Letter, and we just want to reiterate kind of our support for kind of building this advisory group going forward that provides feedback on what implementation looks like, especially in light of the coming data from the DWR indoor study and also CII. So really appreciate that. Really appreciate, again, everything you all have done so far. This has been quite a process, and we're looking forward to next steps. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Looking forward to what I know will be further discussion and implementation, depending on how the board goes here, and just appreciate the input. Next, I'd like to call up Linda Vo, be followed by Heather Cooley, and then Melissa Sparks-Krantz.
Good morning, State Water Resources Control Board members and staff. My name is Linda Vo, and I am the Senior Program Manager for the California Water Efficiency Partnership, also known as CalWEP. CalWEP's Co-Director, Tia Fleming, was hoping to be here in person, but is out of the office this morning and sends her gratitude to the board and staff. Thank you for the collaborative process over the past several months, and special thanks to the State Water Resources Control Board staff for the engagement throughout the process. Throughout this process, we stressed that the regulation needs to balance the urgency of climate change and dwindling water supplies with the financial and technical realities on the ground of water agencies. We feel like the regulatory process was inclusive and fair, and that many of our requests were considered, and we support the adoption of the regulation. All policy is implementation, and that is squarely where CalWEP is focused. We still see a huge need for additional state funding and technical assistance, and will continue advocating for that moving forward. We also would like to echo the comments made by the Regional Water Authority, Aqua, and others regarding the importance of monitoring and assessing the implementation of the final regulation and clarifying progressive enforcement. CalWEP is committed to continuing our work to maximize water efficiency in the state, and we look forward and welcome collaboration from all interested parties to make sure that this regulation does indeed make conservation a California way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vo, and thank you to Ms. Fleming as well. The leadership of the Efficiency Partnership is just really appreciated across this as you work with implementers and agencies and know the importance of the regulation, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Heather Cooley, be followed by Melissa Sparks-Krantz, and then Mark Gold.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Heather Cooley, and I'm Director of Research at Pacific Institute. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today as you consider the adoption of these regulations, and I apologize that I'm not there in person, but I'm certainly there in spirit and really appreciate the opportunity to participate online. Many in the room and online today have been working on these regulations and the underlying framework for a decade. And the framework you are considering today represents a major improvement over its predecessor, 20 by 2020. Rather than using a top-down approach, the efficiency framework establishes customized budgets that better account for a range of local factors like land use and climate, and also consider past efficiency investments. It also offers flexibility in the ways that water suppliers save water, whether it's indoor, outdoor, or in leaks in the distribution system. And there are a number of variances, again, to account for some of those local conditions. I really want to highlight, though, that while surface reservoirs may be robust today and communities may feel they have enough water, the reality is that water supplies are declining. DWR estimates that water supplies will decline by 10% by 2040 as the West gets hotter and drier. And that's just 2040. Climate change is not going to stop there. We know that these challenges are going to continue to intensify. The hot conditions we are facing now are going to get worse. Pacific Institute research shows that California still has significant water efficiency potential, both inside and outside buildings and in the water delivery system. And our research shows that water savings from efficiency, while not free, are far more cost effective and can be achieved more quickly than developing new water supplies. As a result, prioritizing water conservation and efficiency will help keep water available and affordable for all Californians. I agree with Cody Phillips's earlier comments about the variance for existing trees. The variance is striking a balance between ensuring water supply budgets are not too high, but also ensuring that there's water to avoid unnecessary harm to trees. And I think it's critical that the conditions and data requirements identified in the 2024 revision be maintained. Importantly, I think it bears repeating that most reported tree deaths occur during drought, due in large part to mandatory restrictions, poor planning, and a lack of emphasis on tree care. Proactive conservation, like what we are talking about today, and setting these long-term standards are the best way of ensuring that we have enough water and are able to maintain tree health and even expand tree health in those areas that are currently lacking. So in short, I think it's critically important to adopt the regulation so that implementation can begin. Further delay will only make communities more vulnerable to drought and ongoing water scarcity and increase the need for more short-term reactive measures during the drought. Finally, I'd like to thank State Water Board staff and staff from the Department of Water Resources for their hard work and dedication over the past 10 years as we brought this regulation forward. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Cooley, for your leadership, your technical expertise and advocacy, and making sure that this regulation is as robust as it is, and just really appreciate your voice in all of this, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Melissa Sparks-Krantz, who will be followed by Mark Gold, and then Elizabeth Lovestead.
Morning. Melissa Sparks-Krantz with the League of California Cities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. Cities among water suppliers have appreciated the last year of engagement and public process with the State Board on this rulemaking that charts the path for water efficiency into the next decade and beyond. We know this will require significant work at the local level, city resources and staff time to comply with the regulations, and we see this opening a door for a renewed partnership with the state to provide greater best practices, streamlined data and reporting, technical assistance, funding, and partnerships with cities and urban suppliers to help our Californians meet the moment of a truly water-efficient future. We are now preparing our cities for implementation, and we would like to ensure that the enacting resolution include the intentions to continue to monitor and assess the implementation progress over the next 15 years, to convene a stakeholder advisory group in future years that includes cities, water suppliers, and other interested parties to monitor the costs, water savings, impacts to tree canopy, impacts to low-income customers, general challenges, and other lessons learned. And lastly, which is included, but to uphold a progressive and good faith enforcement policy as we move forward. I just also wanted to note, looking at the resolution language, we really appreciate the policy alignment in the resolution with other state agencies, such as with CalRecycle to divert organic waste from landfills to create more compost and mulch. This can be used on drought-tolerant landscapes. This is another state-mandated program that cities are complying with. and is contingent upon residential behavior, similar to the water conservation regulations. So any state alignment, policy alignment there is strongly encouraged by Cal Cities to help our cities with local implementation. Back to the conservation regulations, we remain in support of key changes that this board has made in the regulations thus far, the changes to the timelines for outdoor water use standards and CII performance measures. The inclusion of the alternative compliance pathways is really going to help our cities that are disadvantaged communities and that have significant reduction targets to meet. Also, the modifications to the compliance start date and the changes in the variance and temporary provision processes, as well as the tree variance that is included now. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks-Krantz. I really appreciate your leadership as well here in helping bring along cities and elected officials as they became more aware of the regulation, and certainly here have an eye toward implementation. So thanks for all of those comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Gold. We'll be followed by Elizabeth Lovestead and then Andrea Abergel. Oh, it looks like it got turned off on accident. The base, there's a little button. Should be green.
Got it.
Thank you.
Sorry about
Mr.
that.
Gold.
Good morning, board members. My name is Dr. Mark Gold. I'm Director of Water Scarcity Solutions at NRDC. And just for point of background, I also served on the Metropolitan Water District Board for over 3 years. So I do know what it's like to work on the other side of this as well. I felt obligated to attend today because the importance of the regulation before you and the role that NRDC played in sponsoring the legislation and participating in the public process for the last 7+ years. It's appropriate that the vote here today is happening during an extreme heat wave. I think you're going to have, 110 degrees for the next week. Good reminder of why we're here today. A lot of times we were having these discussions during rainfall, and so I think this is more appropriate because this is our climate, not only today, but our climate future. To start on a positive note, I know that's unusual for me, thank you to staff and the board for moving urban water conservation to a water budgeting approach. That's absolutely critical. Also, we appreciate the edits in the resolution, and we strongly support the inclusion of the 0.55 outdoor water use efficiency standard. So those are the best things here. However, like the authors of the legislation, Robert Hertzberg and Laura Friedman, NRDC is disappointed by the final draft regulation. Every single draft produced by the board and staff has been weaker than the last. The regulation does not meet the moment of growing water scarcity in the state of California in a timely manner, nor does it meet the governor's water supply strategy goals. The approach for outdoor irrigation, LEFs of 0.63 and 0.55 are commendable, but the timelines are unconscionable in an increasingly hotter and drier state. No action for over 70% of urban water users over the next decade doesn't make sense. We're not using the time that's here to really make a difference. A strong regulation will exist in 2040, but that's 15 years from now. And there's going to be a heck of a lot of increasing water scarcity during that time. I also want to remind people that we've heard a lot about the equity issues. I'm from the LA region myself. LA DWP, vast majority of low-income cities, if not all of them, can meet the 0.63 targets today. So this isn't really a big stretch for them at all. So most of the progress over the next decade will be due to the law prohibiting potable water use for irrigation for CII non-functional turf. So there's going to be progress that's embedded. Good that that's there. Over half of the regulation is devoted to variance provisions and I&I and alternative pathways, of course. Now the burden of approving the variances and the justification for the variances fall on the State Water Resources Control Board. This is a lot of new work. You're the only barrier to water utilities maximizing variance volumes and multiple variances per utility to very wasteful levels. I love trees too, and the variance provisions can be utilized to protect them. More importantly, water utilities need to better plan, and cities, I might add, need to better plan for drought and water scarcity in taking care of their tree canopy. Conservation needs to be a California way of life, not just a focus during drought periods. And that's what we've seen so dramatically with our tree canopy in urban areas. Lastly, with so much focus on agricultural water use in the urban environment, 8 gallons per llama per day as an example, and urban agriculture by crop type NET, isn't the State Water Resources Control Board long overdue to start thinking about developing conservation regulations for the water users in the state that use 80% of our produced water supply? Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Gold. I appreciate your leadership and voice here amongst this debate and continued advocacy. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Elizabeth Lupstead, be followed by Andrea Abergel, and then Joe Berg. And Ms. Lovestead, you should be invited to unmute here. And we'll come back to Ms. Lovestead. She may be away from her computer currently. So we'll circle back here to you. Next then, I'd like to call up Andrea Abergel, be followed by Joe Berg, and then Fiona Sanchez.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Andrea Abergel, Manager of Water Policy for the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUA represents over 60 public water agencies statewide. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide some final verbal comments on the Making Conservation a California Way of Life. I'd like to start by thanking staff for including CMUA in those work group meetings held in December and for ongoing coordination with us. We've iterated the perspectives of our members repeatedly over the past year. Those perspectives have not changed. Suppliers need flexibility and support to achieve the lofty goals in the proposed regulation. But seeing as this is the last step in the regulation adoption process, all eyes are now turned toward implementation. How this regulation is implemented needs to be based on what we learn in the upcoming years. And we should all continue to acknowledge the data gaps and errors that exist today. Over time, our hope is that data improves and that data will inform changes to supplier standards to recognize the work that is done. Suppliers have made and will continue to make significant investments on their conservation programs, and this regulation should not undermine those efforts that suppliers have taken statewide toward achieving conservation and water reliability. CMUA was a signatory to a letter submitted in the most recent comment period with Aqua, Cal Nevada, AWWA, and CWA, which requested a few red line changes in the resolution. I acknowledge that there have been some changes in that resolution, but not those that we advocated for. So this is repetitive, but just it'll be crucial for suppliers to understand how enforcement of the regulation will play out so that the suppliers can continue to make the right investments for their communities. And to the extent possible, we believe it is necessary to adopt enforcement procedures in advance of those 2030 targets. Additionally, we believe ongoing collaboration with the water community will be necessary to assess implementation over the next decade. So I urge you to consider including our red lines in the resolution you adopt today, and I want to second the comments that were made by Chelsea Haynes and Sarah Musker on the advisory group to assist with monitoring implementation. Thank you again. Thank you really to staff. Thank you to the board for all the hard work on this. CMUA will continue to be a partner and really wants this implementation to be successful.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Berg, Municipal Water District of Orange County. Good morning.
Good morning. And Joe Berg, Director of Water Use Efficiency for the Municipal Water District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments this morning. This has really been a long and arduous journey, and I want to thank both the Water Board members and staff for their dedication to this process and patience in listening to us. And we're poised and ready to begin implementation, so we look forward to this transition. It is going to be expensive, and it is going to be difficult to get our consumers to participate in the programs. Just echoing two themes, we do need to monitor implementation and identify the challenges, the unexpected things that that we're going to learn through this process, and just ask that there be an adaptive approach, and that the enforcement be kind and recognize true good faith efforts, and that opportunities are given for agencies to share information and what they are doing over time. So with that, thank you, and we're ready to implement.
Thank you for that, Mr. Berg, and thank you for the contributions in this process. Next, I'd like to call up Fiona Sanchez, be followed by Greg Bundenson, and then I believe our last commenter here will be Yassim Nubani.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Fiona Sanchez, Director of Water Resources for Irvine Ranch Water District. It's great to see you all. It has been a long road, and we really want to thank staff and the board for all the hard work and the effort to develop the regulation that's before you today. IRWD is a leader in implementing cost-effective water efficiency programs and recycled water programs. And we have over 30 years experience in that, and we know the value of these types of investments into sustainability and resiliency. We do have a suggested change to the adopting resolution that we believe would just be helpful in clarifying the intent and providing guidance on reporting accuracy. We think that the use of the term relevant data, I think it's in 8C. We think it means accurate data that aligns with the reporting period, but because it's not explicit, we're not quite sure. It could be interpreted differently. For example, it might just mean that you have all of the types of data, not necessarily accurate data. And the reason we're requesting this is because we know that in our data that we report to regional boards, and we heard about autofill, that our data is reported on a calendar year basis. So for us, it would just be important to have clear direction that the data could be aligned with the reporting period. So we do have some suggested language, which I'd be happy to provide, but if it could be added that with regards to data reported to the board or other agencies that is required to be used pursuant to the regulation, allow water agencies to update the data which is to be used in calculating the water use objective and compliance so that the data set matches the same period of time as the reporting period. We just think that this would provide that clarity and assurance that we are looking for. I think that's the intent of the use of relevant data, but it isn't entirely clear to us. We also request that staff correct, and I talked with staff, there's a minor technical error in section 969, D2, B, and C of the regulation prior to filing it with OAL. This section pertains to outdoor dedicated irrigation meters and not outdoor residential, which is addressed in section 968. So this is about newly constructed DIMs, and we simply request that the references to residential in B and C be corrected to say outdoor DIMs prior to filing with OAL. We really appreciate the board's consideration of these requests to correct a minor technical error in the regulation and provide clear guidance and direction that relevant data does include aligning data to the reporting period. Thank you again for your leadership and the efforts of all that have been involved in developing this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Appreciate those comments. And I know we'll review changes to the resolution through the change sheet, and we'll have conversation and clarification at that point with folks on those items. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to call up Greg Bundenson, be followed by Yassim Nubani, and then Elizabeth Lovestead.
Morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board and staff. Sacramento Suburban Water District appreciates the opportunity to comment today and appreciates all the hard work that went into generating these regulations. We also agree with and support the comments made today and past comment periods by the Regional Water Authority, the Association of California Water Agencies, and the California Water Efficiency Partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bundenson. Appreciate you being here and your contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Yassim Nubani, and then I believe our last commenter will be Elizabeth Lovestead.
Hi, Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the Water Board. My name is Yasmin Nubani, commenting on behalf of 29 Palms Water District. 29 Palms Water District is located in the Inland Empire and serves a 100% disadvantaged community. As responsible stewards of the local groundwater, water supply and reliability is something that we are constantly managing. Our groundwater has proved to be stable through the years, and not only do we actively educate our customers on the importance of conserving water, but have additionally continued the restrictions adopted during the recent drought and doing as much as we can for conservation. Our primary concern for this regulation is going to be the cost burden of the district. We've made past comments and submitted comment letters on this before. But for a disadvantaged community, raising rates can be incredibly harmful to many of our customers, especially in light of compounding regulations we're going to have to deal with, like Chromium 6. Our customers rely heavily on evaporative coolers in the summer for health and safety, which is a huge driver of our water use, and can't afford to implement measures of costs of $150 to $850 in upfront costs to upgrade appliances and fixtures, combined with raising rates that will be needed to fund rebate programs and incentivize less water use. Even with rebate programs that we may consider implementing, costs based on the size of our district are estimated to be anywhere from $300,000 to upwards of $900,000. And while we wish we could afford to implement a robust incentive program for our customers, we are a medium-sized district serving a low-income community with few extra resources to do so without assistance from the state. While there is compliance flexibility written into the regulations for DACs, there is no technical or financial support identified yet, and there's often little funding for systems that serve populations of 10,000 or more like ours. And when looking over potential funding sources, there are little to no applicable programs that would either provide funding to help us establish a low-income service program that would have the capacity to serve 75% of our service territory, which we would need because of the needs of our district, or to fund a rebate program to help significantly reduce the cost of appliance replacement enough to actually encourage our customers to participate. Any programs that do currently exist are already allocated to other projects or have limited funding left, that we will likely be competing for with a multitude of other DACs following this regulation. For our community, outdoor measures, like turf replacement measures, while they are a huge driver of water use reductions, they're a little bit unrealistic for our desert community. We have very little outdoor irrigation, and so most of our water conservation is going to be realized from indoor water use measures. We will also need technical assistance and extra time to help develop and implement new water conservation programs, as well as calculate variance data. The allowance for evaporative coolers will be especially important, and we appreciate the inclusion of them in the regulations, as many homes in our service area rely on them to mitigate the heat like we're having today. However, our staff does not have capacity to conduct the tasks and surveying that would be needed to comply. So having a little bit more of a streamlined process for water systems like ours to follow with online tools to help would be really, really helpful for us. We do understand and appreciate the work of the staff and the board on these regulations, and we very much are in support of many of the changes that have been incorporated and a lot of the input that has been taken from the water community. We are always concerned with the state of our local groundwater and ensuring we can provide the most affordable and best quality of water while balancing water conservation measures. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Nubani. I appreciate, I know the considerations here for the district and ultimately, the help in trying to make this implementable. And as I think we've heard, and I know we'll have a conversation here soon, keeping an eye on implementation and understanding how things are going is going to be very important. Thank you. Now we'll go to Elizabeth Lovestead. Good to see you, Ms. Lovestead.
Good to see you too. Thank you very much for listening to my comments. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be there this morning, but I really appreciate the work that's gone into this regulation over the last 10 years and all of the changes and revisions that have been incorporated into this final version that recognizes the challenges that might come with implementation and the resources and the effort that's going to be required moving forward. We support the comments and the idea of having a stakeholder advisory group to continue to monitor the implementation of this regulation and to bring forth any unintended consequences or unanticipated benefits of regulation moving forward. And make sure that we're continually evaluating the costs that are going into here, making sure resources are available to water suppliers, and just kind of looking at the customer response, because all of this water savings really revolves on what customers are going to do in the future. This regulation is going to require investments by all suppliers, regardless of where they are in their water use efficiency journey. There's going to be a lot of data reporting required, a lot of CII work to do, and we look forward to developing tools and providing assistance and moving forward with implementation. Thank you again for all the efforts, and thank you for hearing our comments.
Thank you as well, Ms. Lovestead. I appreciate the contributions by the San Diego County Water Authority and to this discussion and this regulation. I believe that brings us to the end of our commenters, unless there's someone in the room or otherwise on the platform that was intending to comment that we haven't gotten to, and if so, just wave your hands. So let's go ahead and start here with an overview of the change sheet and the changes that were made. And then from there, I'd like to hear from board members. I know I have a couple of items here from things I've heard that want to provide some feedback on, but we can start at least with what's being proposed in the change sheet as is.
Okay, thank you. Change sheet is now on screen. I'll hand things over to my colleague David Rose to walk us through them.
Thanks, James. I believe the first item that has a proposed revision is in whereas paragraph 4 on page 1, and it has an underline at the end of that paragraph. So the proposal would be to add, and this is to the clause about what urban retail water suppliers retaining the flexibility is enforcing their rules. The addition is to meet their urban water use objective. So there's no change proposed in this regulation or resolution to suppliers' authorities, but to clarify, the intent of this paragraph is relative or related to the supplier's urban water use objective. The next proposed change appears in whereas paragraph 7 on page 2. And that would be simply to replace the text water conservation with making conservation a California way of life. So recognizing the importance of that. Really, there is significant overlap between the two concepts there, but making conservation a California way of life is really more specific to this framework and involves efficiency and a number of other things and not just conservation. So I think it's slightly more related to this specific program. The next change is an addition, new proposed paragraph 8, which is a recognition or reflection of some component. Certainly it's hard to capture everything, but a component of what the board's analysis shows as to where many suppliers are now. So certainly everybody's situation will be different, but this particular paragraph is recognizing that the immediate term changes for many will hopefully not be, substantial. Recognizing, of course, that for others they will be. The next proposed change is on the same page in paragraph 9. There's first a deletion of the word can on the third line. Climate-ready landscapes can reduce dry weather and wet weather runoff, so it's simply stating that they do, essentially. And some additions and modifications to the next sentence with deeply rooted climate-appropriate plants, climate-appropriate being added, plants and soils enriched with compost and mulch. These landscapes, instead of assuming they are efficiently irrigated, would state that they require less irrigation under those circumstances, because irrigation efficiency and the composition of a landscape are not necessarily the same thing. The next proposed change in this change sheet, I believe, is on the next page in paragraph 11. And that would be to, on the third line of paragraph 11, whereas paragraph 11, expanding the urban tree canopy, replace tree canopy with forest, so urban forest. The next change, and that change is actually repeated once later in the document as well. The next change is in whereas paragraph 12, addition at the end. In recent droughts, for example, water conservation has been shown to increase carryover storage and enhance water supply reliability. Moving to whereas paragraph 14, same page. This is a replacement of the previously proposed text. So the new proposed text would say, water conservation has been shown to make water more affordable by avoiding the need for more expensive supplies. Additional effort is needed to ensure that low-income households can benefit from water conservation programs. Paragraph 15 has the same change I just mentioned from paragraph 11, which is replacing urban tree canopy with urban forest. And those are in the whereas paragraphs. Moving to the therefore be it resolved paragraphs. The first proposed modification in the change sheet is in paragraph 5, will be to remove the word residential. So State Water Board directs staff to coordinate with the department, that's the Department of Water Resources, to identify and pursue opportunities to update landscape area frequently, not just residential landscape. So it would be inclusive of CII, that's commercial, industrial, institutional landscapes and other types of landscapes that are used in this regulation. The next proposed change is in same page, item 6, paragraph C. Maybe it is in a different page on yours on the screen. Apologies for that. But yeah, it's on the screen. So this is in respect to State Water Board directing staff to consider affordability and equity in implementing the regulation. So subparagraph C would say, assess potential equity impacts, including the benefits of the implementation of the regulation. The next proposed change, I believe, is still on the same page, but it would be resolve paragraph 7B. Thank you. And this is with respect to State Water Board directing staff and making every effort in implementing this regulation to coordinate with other agencies. So specifically subparagraph B, coordinating with CAL FIRE. I'm just going to read the whole thing because it's a list essentially. Coordinate with CAL FIRE to develop guidance for suppliers regarding strategies to keep existing trees healthy, new comma, delete the word and, identify climate-ready trees suitable for suppliers' service areas. New text is comma, and increase the urban forest in alignment with state goals, comma, and coordinate with CAL FIRE to provide technical assistance regarding the variance for the irrigation of existing trees. It's a little bit wonky of a list because there's 3 items in the first part of coordinating with CAL FIRE and then 1 separate coordinating with CAL FIRE, but we think it reads as intended. And then there's a new subparagraph E, still in resolve paragraph 7, coordinate with the California Air Resources Board to better document and quantify the greenhouse gas emissions reductions associated with water conservation programs and projects. Moving on to resolved paragraph 8, subparagraph B, adding in some clarity about, at the end of the sentence, evaluating sources and quality of relevant data, skipping to the end, reported through other systems and to other state agencies. So this is consistent with the statutory direction and what other paragraphs in here, including what paragraph 8 itself does, which is working on collecting and synthesizing and aggregating data collected through other systems to make sure that there's a reduced burden on suppliers reporting, essentially. The next proposed change is in resolve paragraph 10, subparagraph C. That would be a complete replacement of the previous text with the text, sorry, I should go back to 10, is talking about potential violations and progressive and transparent enforcement. So new proposed subparagraph C would say, consider the degree to which the supplier is using or is eligible to use the variances and provisions available, including the variance for the irrigation of existing trees. There's also a proposed additional subparagraph D immediately below, which would say, consider the degree to which the supplier is taking reasonable steps to assist and support conservation investments for disadvantaged communities and low-income households. The next proposed change in the change sheet is in Resolve paragraph 12. There's a significant deletion, but the date remains the same. By December 2028, staff shall, and then deleting what was there before, and the new staff shall would say, present at a board meeting an update on progress made under the regulations and across the state, comma, coupled with a proposed strategy, comma, developed following public engagement, comma, for board consideration to prioritize compliance and enforcement actions, comma, recognizing the efforts undertaken by that time to make conservation a California way of life. And that is the final change in the proposed change sheet. So we can talk through. I know I didn't offer explanations on some of those, but if you'd like further explanation, we could talk through them or whatever you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I appreciate the changes that were made here. I know we had heard a couple of times here in comments as well, the desire for a more formal kind of creation of an advisory group in order to be able to circle back with suppliers, NGOs, academics, others that are part of this discussion, and to my mind helps keep some of the momentum, certainly that we've seen in this last year and in narrowing in on what is now here before us, potential implementation. So I'll just note I'd be open to some additional language that directs that. Additionally, again, heard a lot that the monitoring and assessment and implementation components of this will be important as we move forward. I think the language as is in the resolution accurately captures that. But to the extent that, if we are going to add some additional language about an advisory group, we can give nod. I know we heard from Irvine Ranch on the technical error they feel isn't within the regulation where it's referencing residential as opposed to just CII DIMs. Is that within the realm of a technical correction that we'll be able to make? Just a question.
Yes, we believe that that's within the existing resolved delegation to the executive director and staff. So if it's paragraph 3, with filing with the regulations with OAL, if we determine any technical corrections are needed, we can make those. And this falls within that category because the context of where that language appears in the regulation makes it clear that the intent was that it be CII landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters. So it's in OAL parlance, it's not a typo, but it's clearly a transcription error that can be corrected. So we will make that change under delegated authority in the resolution.
Great. And the second part that we did hear from Irvine Ranch was around data and reporting and alignment of what are, I know, often mismatched, whether it's calendar year or water year, data that gets reported in and ability to kind of better match that. I'm not sure, and I know it was in the resolved 8C that I think the request was for some adjustment to language. I just like to get just feedback. I'm not sure if it completely addresses what we know are these challenges in some of the reporting date mismatches, and I don't know if it actually creates a little more confusion, or clarifies. And so, just looking to hear from folks their sentiments around it, or any language that may better get at the concern even.
I'll start, and then staff may have more to add. But we looked carefully at that, and I think we have one concern and one reason with the proposed change and one reason for being less concerned if it is not made. The reason we think it is potentially not necessary, although if you wanted some version of it, we can explore that as well, is that there is already in most data reporting locations or obligations a lot of flexibility for updates. but we did want it to be the case that when a supplier reported its number in its report, there wouldn't be continual updates of those. That's not exactly on point to the comment here. A limited number of reporting obligations crosswalk to other reports that are done with the board or others. In some cases, those don't necessarily reflect the exact same time period, but some of those also, the time period need not align the exact same way because they don't talk about something cumulative. So for example, it's not the water used like in water loss over that time period. It would be, in most cases, the more common thing that's reported elsewhere would be the number of residents or it's a snapshot in time of something. So that brings me to the concern we have with the specifically proposed language was that it could be construed as an underground regulation in that it would allow something that the regulation doesn't allow. Right now, there's specificity about which numbers to use. Goes back to my original point. We don't think that where there are cross-references specified, it hamstrings any suppliers because in the next year, the data will reflect the next year's data. So these are not locking anything in most cases, and any potential misalignment, if any, would be small or could be corrected potentially with corrections to the other reporting as well. But we do want, where we specified those data points to be the same as reported somewhere else, we thought that it was important that those actually were the same data points reflected somewhere else. They weren't in apples to oranges, even though the timeline might be somewhat different. But we did look at that, and that's where we landed. So unless staff has more, that was the thought process that led us to not propose adding in that specific recommended change. But if there's some different one that you want, we can certainly work that out. We're just mindful of the potential to have it affect the actual regulation text. That's what I'd watch out for.
Really appreciate that. I'll be giving it thought, and importantly, want to hear from my fellow board colleagues here at the dais. Comment or question?
Can I just follow up on that before we go into everyone's comments? Just on that particular issue, and actually maybe Ms. Sanchez, I don't know if you are available to just clarify. I'm curious if you can be more specific on it. My understanding from staff, because I've talked with them a lot about this and appreciate your work on it, is that as Mr. Rose said, there's a lot that is already, you can put in specific. There's a few things that are submitted to other agencies that are incorporated as reference. Can you give, a specific example, or if there's one that has significant impacts to your agency on that you're concerned about addressing? Can you just provide a little more specifics on that?
Sure, thank you. So a specific example for Irvine Ranch Water District would be we submit data to our Regional Water Quality Control Board and provide irrigated area. And so the regulation would require us to use, and that's on a calendar year basis. And so if we have new constructed irrigated area, it would auto-populate that number. But on a fiscal year basis, it would be incorrect. So it'd be giving us the wrong irrigated area to calculate our water use objective. And because we are in a growing area, if we weren't changing much, probably wouldn't make a whole lot of difference. But 6 months in our service area can make a big difference, particularly on new construction. And it's not that that number that we reported on the calendar year basis was incorrect or needs to be corrected. It was a correct number. It's just misaligned with a reporting period. So there could be some recognition that you may at times need to align your data. It's not a correction of prior data that was accurate for the reporting period for which it was submitted. It's being able to align your data correctly with the reporting period to calculate your water use objective. So for us, it goes beyond just our population data. There are other data that we will use and could have a material impact on our calculations.
That's really helpful. Thanks. And interested to hear from staff. My thought right now, and I don't know if this is, maybe may not address the concern, but is thinking about for paragraph 8, resolve paragraph 8C, that we could just add, we could incorporate to relevant and accurate data, or just add some nod to that we need to be looking at how the accuracy is part of what we need to be working on, developing work on, and that would at least give a nod to that issue. It doesn't fully, I know it's not the specific language that you all wanted, but this seems like an evolving area. Both B and C are ones that are recognizing there's a lot we need to do to streamline data and integrate it well, and a lot of coordination and work to do on that. So maybe that gives a little bit more nod to that. I don't know but can staff just clarify thoughts on that issue?
At a minimum, there are plenty of opportunities for guidance we can provide as we find out how this goes. But what we don't have is another opportunity at present to change the regulation depending on what we find out. So I know that we're talking about proposed resolution language here. We think that there is the flexibility in here for staff to provide guidance and to ensure that the best possible, most accurate data is reported. And where there are crosswalks to other reporting, there are other ways to ensure that those data can be taken into account, whether it's, I know we're not trying to jump to enforcement or anything like that, but if there is a reporting obligation that is something specific and it's 6 months out of date, I think that what the paragraph 10 and others already say is we can't ignore that, not that anybody would. So I'm not trying to tell you an answer as to should or shouldn't, or how we think it would go about it. We think that staff certainly can provide additional guidance. There are going to be a lot of things going on here with implementation where staff will be providing guidance on best practices.
Yes.
So, there will be a lot. I will say, the incorporation of the word accurate hopefully doesn't kind of throw us off too much here and is somewhat reflective of what we're hearing.
For what it's worth, we had previously had comments suggesting words like accurate were taken out of other places because suppliers are not always 100% sure. And if it's reported as of a certain point in time, we didn't want them to be making statements that were not accurate as of that particular moment. So I'm because of comments we previously received and addressed, I'm not saying we shouldn't get accurate data or add that in, but in a similar situation, we were asked to take that out so that suppliers were, providing the best data that they know that they have.
May I add one more sort of little itsy bit of context to the particular point that Fiona is raising, which is a good one, and we've spoken, all of us, about this sort of mismatch in reporting periods, and it is admittedly an issue. But with this particular example, this is not this square footage of CI landscapes with dims irrigated with recycled water. Like, this is what you would be using to calculate the SLA budget, right? So this is the concern. And there's nothing in the regulation that would prohibit you from updating it within the source report that we would be deriving it from. So I think that the goal here is to make sure that there's not sort of multiple values in multiple places.
Yeah, I think we just don't want to change a source report based off a different peer, because then that would be inaccurate. That was our concern, that you just got one on calendar year, we gave you the right number. If we went back and changed that to a fiscal year number, then now the calendar year report would be inaccurate. So it's just being able to align our data based on reporting periods.
Yeah, I mean, I think really what's being highlighted here is that there is need for ongoing collaboration with agencies, obviously, but then also with our regional boards and with our sister agencies who are getting this data to help solve these problems in a more holistic way rather than piecemealing it and potentially undermining the reg text, as Mr. Rose has been pointing out.
I was going to jump in and say, even though we haven't fully explored the issue of an advisory group, I think that a group like that could help rather than, it coming from staff. I think, the ongoing discussions with the water suppliers, I'm sure that you all can come up with a way to meet the spirit of the regulation, but then also allow for some additional notes. And how I'm reading this is that this reporting form needs to be developed, and so developed in such a way that allows for this additional input of information.
And if I can, board members, I think the issue's been pretty clearly joined, and the staff has a sense of what the issue is to resolve. I understand the appeal of adding the concept of and accurate because it seems like an obvious foregone. But I think it also begs the question of what would relevant data be that's not accurate. It would not be relevant then. I think relative's a pretty effective and useful adjective in this context. And the staff have heard the concerns. I think they'll continue. We understand from the board members there's some interest in continuing and maintaining engagement. We have some language that we could put up in a little bit for that. But I think this is an issue, exactly the kind of issue that would be part of the ongoing maintain the momentum that we have, and the ongoing engagement with the water users, academics if necessary, and some of the advocacy groups that have been involved throughout the development of the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Thank you, board members, for discussion here. Setting aside that specific item then, board members, general comments, other either additions or flags within the resolution or discussion, and go to Vice Chair.
I have a couple, but first want to just start off by saying that, on my way down, got hit by a traffic jam, and so I was listening to the radio a little bit more than I usually do, and it just strikes me that I'm really proud of where we are with this process, and that, in our country right now, it's just, lack of cooperation, extremism on all sides, and I just really appreciate that even though all stakeholders, pretty much all stakeholders, we as board members, staff, we were coming to this with a fair amount of passion and emotion, and we've really worked through those issues. And just want to thank everybody for their involvement, and it's great to wrap things up at, public comment at 10:30 rather than a.m. rather than p.m. And, to hear that what I'm hearing is this common theme of momentum, excitement about working through these partnerships, these remaining issues, even though there's concerns, on all sides. So thank you for that. I have just a couple of areas that I've got some questions on. I look forward to seeing the language on the advisory group that might be formed. I like the language that Aqua provided, but it starts to list things specifically, and then I get a little concerned about what it might be missing. I am concerned I'm going to take that back. I'm not necessarily concerned about cost, but it's something that I think that we should continue to monitor. And I would like to see, ongoing discussion about the SWRCB or other ways of analyzing costs and benefits. And so I'd like to have incorporation of that, but then once we start to include the specifics, where do we stop? Looking at, just also calling out on page 3, advancing affordability and equity, that last sentence in 14, additional effort is needed to ensure that low-income households can benefit from water conservation programs. I'm not quite sure what that means. It's very vague, it's broad, and I think that the additional effort is sort of embedded in language that we have on, therefore be it resolved, 6, on considering affordability. And so I'm just wondering, is that sentence really needed? And maybe it can be embedded in what staff presents on the advisory committee and some of the things that we should be looking at. Otherwise, I'm just not quite sure what that means. And then I did have on page 5, therefore be it resolved, 7E. Thank you for, I want to thank staff for coordinating with other agencies. I did have board member Morgan and I had an opportunity with staff to sit down with CAL FIRE, and that was a really useful discussion. I didn't have that opportunity with the Air Board, though, and so just the concern that I have is I do think that we are going to be seeing an overall reduction, but I continue to be concerned about replacement of turf with hardscape, artificial turf, even though that's not anything that we're necessarily promoting. And so I think that what we should have in here, unless staff has a different view because of the conversations you've had with the Air Board staff, but quantifying the net greenhouse gas emission reductions. Because I do think that this could result, depending on choices that are made, if we have hardscapes and heat island effect, we could end up with, greater use of energy in order to mitigate those impacts. Just wanting to make sure that the cooperation, the relationship you have with the Air Board staff is going to be looking at all these items. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you for those, Vice Chair. On the sentence, I'm thinking about that and agree with you, though, on the coordination with the Air Resources Board and just being a bit neutral and saying net greenhouse gas reductions potentially, and just being open and understanding what those are. For me, that is an important clause to add because that can open the door to being able to access dollars or capital and investment by showing that direct nexus and or just understanding the impacts of the reg when it comes to greenhouse gas reductions generally. So just thank you for that, Vice Chair. Other board colleagues, and feel free to reflect on the Vice Chair's questions or hear suggestions rather, so as to be able to kind of build some consensus. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair. I agree. The conversation we had with staff and CAL FIRE was very informative, and I appreciate being able to meet with another state agency and have that collaboration. And so I agree with the collaboration with, be good to also collaborate with the Air Board. And so I think I believe for this and other regulations that we do, our success, really working with other agencies in that ongoing collaboration with, our interested parties and our regulated community, but also with our other sister agencies is also very important. And so, with that, I also agree with an inclusion of an advisory committee. Look forward to staff's, language, because I believe, ongoing collaboration and working with our regulated community and our interested parties is also very important, making sure that we understand what is occurring and we're being more proactive, and to make sure that we are, the end goal here is really to achieve compliance and to work with. And so making sure that we are being proactive to work towards those goals. And so, that also, when I look at this and, the regulation, while it does apply to urban water agencies, it will require changes from other industries, commercial, industrial, also residential changes. And so to me, that also, makes it even more important to make sure that we have that ongoing collaboration. We can all learn from each other and we can use those shared resources throughout the state to learn what's being successful in one agency and have that, making sure that that is shared, and that we are working with DWR, the Save the Water campaign, making sure that the information is getting out there so that we can have those successes shared, and we're collaborating to go towards that that goal of compliance. And and it's the engineering always ends up coming out at some point. equations, a lot of times they can, and data, it can be simple, but water, it's always complex. There's always complexities within them. And so again, just, as we implement this program, it'd be important for us to continue to learn as climate change changes. We're going to need to adapt and to learn from the data that is coming in specifically for this program. We've used the data that's existing out there, and we have a starting point. We're moving forward, and then as data comes in specifically for this program, we're going to need to take that data in and adapt to what that data is to implement this program. And so again, that makes it critical for us to continue to work with our interested parties and continue to learn and to adapt. I also appreciate staff's revisions to the resolution, in particular Resolve 12, where staff will bring an item to the board in 2028 to provide an update on the progress that has been made and also proposed strategy. We have a lot that's laid out here already in the resolution regarding, I'm going to call it progressive enforcement, but compliance and enforcement. Just with my history of working in an enforcement group, it really is about how do you work with the regulated community to achieve compliance? What are those steps? How do you sit down and work with? And what I've seen is when you have something that really is laid out where it's clear, it's transparent, the community will come to you and work collaboratively to achieve that compliance. When there's the unknowns, the community is more hesitant to come forward because they don't know what are those next steps and they don't know what the reaction is going to be. So having something that's very clearly laid out, while it may not be a policy, but it would still be something that's clear, that's laid out, that they've had input on, and they can see what the expectations are to achieve compliance. We can have a much more transparent and collaborative process to work towards compliance. And then for those that are not working with us, again, it is transparent. If we're going to take enforcement, it's clear, it's laid out. We take enforcement where we need to take enforcement because we are an enforcement agency also, and so I think that is also just really needed to make sure that we do achieve compliance and that we do take enforcement when we need to. So, it's also, for me, it's critical that for all of our programs that we're proactively assessing the implementation and we're making the necessary changes. We're understanding where we need to in order to achieve compliance, because at the end of the day, that's where, we're all really trying to move towards just compliance with our regulations. And so just want to thank staff for all the hours that they put into this and working with all of our interested parties and, to really move this forward. So thank you.
Very much, Board Member McGuire.
Well, it's good to see everyone today, and I really have appreciated all of the comments and engagement over many years. I've been working with you all on this, I think, for the 5.5 years that I've been on the board, and my history with water use efficiency goes back far before that. My entire career, I've been working on some level of water use efficiency with measures with water systems, be it 20 by 2020, or urban water management plans and best management practices and the whole like. So I've seen the evolution of conservation in California and the direction that we need to go. And I really believe that this regulation sets us off in that direction for the coming decades, because everyone's right. We do need to have our eyes forward on implementation. We do need to have our eyes set on climate change and the challenges that present us and all of the unknowns that come with that. And what also comes with this regulation is probably the most robust and extensive set of data that we've ever used in a water regulation in California, and maybe anywhere. I don't know. I don't have any comparison points for that, but it is an incredible lift, the data that we're leveraging and relying on to help us set water budgets. Now, I'm an engineer as well, and I love water budgets and numbers and things we can wrap our arms around because it's practical. It's something that we can replicate. It's something that's defensible and something we can explain. And here, there's a lot of moving parts. It is not easy to explain. And there is, I think we all know this, there's uncertainty in the information that we have before us today. So we're making a policy choice. We're making a decision to move forward, to press on, knowing that there are going to be tough implementation challenges for many communities. And I've spent far too long and too much effort poring over the data and trying to figure this out if there's a better way. And I know there's lots of inland communities that are impacted, going to be impacted in particular, but many others as well with this regulation. And I hope that a lot of the provisions that have been included, the alternative compliance pathway, flexibility, improvements in technical assistance, commitments to working with you all will help with that. I know there's needs out there. The financial challenges notwithstanding, there's going to be just a lot of pressure to make progress. And so to Board Member Morgan's points, this is all about collaboration and moving forward in that space. So I've appreciated where we've come and the level of effort for versions of the regulation, many stakeholder meetings and workshops. And so thank you to staff for your receptiveness, for listening to all different groups through this process. It's been very meaningful to me and helpful as I've been trying to figure this out as well. So I support the other comments that have been made by the other board members in terms of the advisory group. Certainly, that's an area where I'm interested in hearing staff's thoughts on the language that might be best supported there. I agree. The more you add, the more specificity, the more you wonder what might be left out, or are we getting too specific, not really knowing what the future has in store. So I think some broad bookends on the advisory group to allow a little bit of adaptability here as we figure that out might make sense. And some of the other suggestions about the whereas 14, that last sentence, I'm interested if you have thoughts as to if we should wordsmith that or if it would be okay to remove. I'm open to those different ideas. And the net on the greenhouse gas reduction piece, that makes sense to me as well. So all in all, this is a big day for me. I'm comfortable generally with where we're at, where we landed here, and looking forward to making conservation a California way of life.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone, all of the stakeholders and staff that have been working for at least a decade, many of you, on working through this really challenging and really vital, important step. We fundamentally, this regulation will be transformational for California. And we will be taking that step to making conservation a way of life in the state, and particularly supporting both mitigation and adaptation for the climate crisis that we're in. And that is very real. This will allow us to improve water savings, which saves energy, and we can see really significant mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions from that. And certainly sets us up to adapt to the climate whiplash that we're seeing landscape transformation is critical to being able to enhance and maintain the urban forests that allow us to adapt to this new climate, avoiding the worst impacts of drought and extreme heat in urban areas, and then allowing us to have more water reliability and carryover storage, which is why it was a critical part of the governor's water supply strategy. And using water more efficiently is cost effective, and it's much more cost effective than expanding water supply. And it can and should assist in mitigating some of the affordability challenges we have. But I do think it will be up to suppliers to build equity into implementation of their conservation and rate programs. And this regulation doesn't dictate that. We leave all of the details really to the suppliers in that. I'll just note, I'd like to speak to paragraph 14 and that last sentence around additional efforts needed to ensure that low-income households can benefit from water conservation programs. This really goes to implementation is key, and how both we implement our technical assistance and compliance assistance, but importantly, how each of the suppliers implement their conservation programs and rate setting is really going to determine whether low-income households can benefit from these programs. And so I think having a nod to that in the whereas leads to the things we have in the resolve around those issues. So it's sort of setting the framework to that. I know I can understand why it's hard to maybe have that context, but that's providing the context that I was thinking for that language. If the wording isn't right, totally open for word changes. That was sort of the intent. But maybe instead of additional effort, it could be like intentional effort or deliberate effort is needed to ensure that low-income households can benefit from water conservation programs. What if other people have better edits? I'm very open to that. I do think these standards are achievable, and as we say in this, and I appreciate the additional language, the vast majority of Californians are served by systems that are already meeting these objectives for the next decade without additional water savings. And I personally, as I said in the last workshop, really strongly believe we should have had an earlier date for that first step down and the outdoor standard. I think that would have allowed us to meet the goals of the water supply strategy and, receive a lot more of the benefits that I started out with, but, and still allow for more time for the more significant savings that are in 2040. But I do think the key, no matter what, will be implementation and the learning that we're doing, even over particularly over the first couple of years, which is why we have a big, we provide some time before compliance kicks in or the standards are enforceable. Really, I think the key in a lot of these resolution is around implementation and learning. And this will be, as Board Member McGuire said, the first time we will have locally specific budget-based framework for understanding water use that allows each agency to shift to making conservation and efficiency a way of life that is more equitable and achievable, and will, I think most importantly, set us up to have a far better framework to assess any emergency conservation needs that may come in future droughts before even the next decade. I think we would assume, unfortunately, we're going to see droughts before the increased outdoor water standards kick in. And I think having a locally specific budget-based framework will set us in a better position to be able to adapt to that without going back to the just straight percentages that we had before. We need to continue to improve data. As you said, Board Member McGuire, this is an extreme amount of data that is being developed. There's a lot of unknowns and a lot of refinement that needs to go on. I think we speak a lot to that in this resolution. We need to improve the data that we have to inform better decision making, and we need to streamline and improve the consistency and efficiency in reporting. And that's true for this program and for all of the integrated water data reporting programs that fit together here. And that's really going to be key to implementation success. We, as I said at the last workshop, I think key here is setting California up for local community success. And each water supplier needs that support and is, so to that point, having technical assistance, compliance assistance, and particularly for disadvantaged communities and around equity challenges is going to be critical, as well as all the need for future and local and state investments and partnerships. And I think 29 Palms was a good example of systems needing support to refine the understanding of their budget and variances and implementation options and partners. And then lastly, I agree we need to continue momentum and we need to have regular continued engagement with stakeholders to share best practices, to understand the impacts and the benefits, particularly related to equity, and just improve our learning and implementation. There's a lot we don't know as we're starting on this, and we need to continue to learn together. I will just say, for discussion purposes, having been a part of a lot of advisory groups and seeing how advisory groups work in different programs, I think just my sort of food for thought as we're discussing what makes sense here is, I don't know whether it makes sense to have a static formal advisory group or to have a more regular cadence of engagement and convening of stakeholders to inform implementation and updates. My instinct would be to not have a static formal advisory group, but be clear in, I think this would be resolved. Paragraph 11 is where I would imagine staff are thinking about putting this. But to direct staff to continue to regularly continue to regularly engage and convene stakeholders to inform implementation and updates. That may not be strong enough, but I think what I would like to see is, some recognition that there are particular topics, like what we've done in the past is pulled together groups that are specific for each topic, and those stakeholders may be different than just one static overall advisory group. And I would just want to provide some flexibility to have that fit while still making sure that we are formalizing the expectation that we're continuing to convene and engage with stakeholders, both on implementation and for those updates that we have and that we're directing staff to do in paragraph 11. So totally agree with, or I'm good with the other, adding net to paragraph 7E. And it sounds like for the issue that we discussed with Irvine, that if we don't add the word accurate here, that's fine with me. I think we have, as Mr. Laffer said, I think we have made the point on expectations without necessarily needing that specific language in the resolution. And I think there's a clear understanding of what relevant means just based on that conversation, that includes accuracy. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate all the good comments from my colleagues here, and a complete agreement on just the significance of this work and the momentum that we have coming into this adoption hearing and into implementation. And so I know and agree with Board Member Firestone and hearing from Vice Chair as well on the flexibility that we want to maintain and how we approach continued engagement after this. And, I know formal advisory committees take a lot of staffing time to keep track of and create and select, and folks fall off, et cetera. So having some flexibility in the way we voice our expectations here and the potential resolution language for an advisory committee, I think is wise and prudent, knowing that we all here have said very strongly our expectations around continuing the momentum and, importantly, continue to unpack the expertise and technical know-how and knowledge of both water agencies, communities, academics, and NGOs as we actually implement this. So with that, maybe a break so as to, if you have language, then we can keep momentum. Talking about keeping momentum, no breaks for anyone then. No, please, Mr. Loffer, if there's language folks would like to share.
I want to confirm with staff that I think we've heard three things, and I can go ahead and put some language up and walk the board members through the changes. These all assume that the change sheet that was circulated by staff this morning will be part of an ultimate motion. Bear with me 1 second while it's brought up on the screen.
And while we bring that up, on the Vice Chair's comment on whereas 14, and appreciate the insight from Board Member Firestone as to the importance. I think it is important that we give some nod here, but maybe it is some massaging of additional effort, so as to not assume that communities haven't necessarily been touched there. But
so it should be readable enough on the screen now for folks. The first change actually is the whereas number 14 that we were just speaking to. And what you can see, the regular strikeout and first underlined simply shows what was added by this change sheet, stricken and added by the change sheet this morning. The additional changes are in the highlighted text, and they only concern that last sentence that was raised by the Vice Chair in number 14. And we're building off what both Chair Esquivel just said, as well as Member Firestone's initial point, which is it's important that there be an intentional effort. There's been a slight tweak, though, so that the new proposed second sentence would read, intentional effort will be critical to ensure that low-income households can benefit from water conservation programs. So that intentionality added by Member Firestone, and staff supplemented it by adding criticality. The next change.
Mr. Leffer, I have one question. I think what's on the screen, the word programs wasn't in strikeout. So if somebody's following that way, it would be there twice on the second to last line. Maybe it's just my own vision. After the word conservation, sorry if it is in strikeout. Okay, then it is just my own vision. All right.
It might have more to do with the high quality screens that are behind the board members.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
The next would be in Resolved 5, and this gets to the issue that the board members have spoken to and you've heard from the stakeholders about. There's been a lot of engagement across different sectors. We've tried to capture sort of the flexibility ideas that came from Member Firestone, as well as what all the other members have said about building on this momentum that we've gotten from the relationships developed during the rulemaking proceeding. And this will allow the conservation staff to work with the Office of Public Participation, figure out what's the right mechanism. It could differ depending on whether it's a reporting issue or otherwise. And so what we would propose is that it actually be inserted as a new resolve number 5. I know, Member Firestone, I think you had proposed an 11, but we wanted to put this front and center within the directions. And it would read, directs staff to maintain momentum from the regulations development and to continue robust engagement with representatives of the water supplier, academic, and advocacy communities to promote effective implementation of the regulation. And so that cuts across all the program areas. We would renumber the other resolved provisions accordingly. Then the final edit that staff is proposing based on what we've heard from the board members, and actually right now it says it would revise Resolve 7E, that's before the renumbering. And this has to do with adding in net greenhouse gas emissions to existing 7E, what will be 8E in the final resolution if the board moves forward with the change sheet and these items read into the record.
Thank you for those quick adjustments. I think they reflect a lot of the discussion we had up here. Please, board members should chime in. Otherwise,
Well, yes, thank you for those changes. I think the only one that's given me a little bit of pause is the proposed new resolve number 5. So I appreciate that it does say to continue the engagement. I think that's the essential component of this, but I think there's also a component of this, and the reason it was maybe proposed to be added to resolve, I believe, 11, was because there was a feedback component. So there was a report back to the board and some communication back and forth, and I think, to me anyway, setting that expectation that there would be that communication level. So engagement's one thing, but then the communication and the report out is the other piece. So I'd be interested in perhaps some additional tweaking to include that.
And just so I'm following Board Member McGuire, is the idea that you want that, if it's, instead of being a new Resolve 5, it's actually additional language within Resolved 11. Does that in and of itself address your concerns, or would you like to see some tweaks that?
It might, because that Resolve number 11 includes a direction to staff to bring periodic information items to the board. And so for me, that was sort of building on that concept of a public discussion. And I'm open to whenever those times may be or the appropriate frequency, or I'm very flexible there. And I think we should actually keep that fairly open. But either way, I do also appreciate the desire to put this resolution item up front and center as well. So I'm trying to figure out what that right balance is.
Vice Chair, please.
If I could chime in as well, and I know I'm the one who got this started about keeping it very broad and not providing a lot of specifics, because then if we provide specifics, there are items that we'd be leaving out. But implementation, when I think of implementation, I just think of sort of the nuts and bolts of how things are going to be implemented. And what I'm concerned about is just making sure that we're keeping our focus on challenges. So a community, I think, could show whether or not, they've implemented. But I think we also want to keep our eye on the ball on all these issues in terms of, affordability, racial equity, just challenges that communities might be having and unintended consequences. And I appreciate, Chair Esquivel, what you had mentioned about, just sort of building a record so that whether it's our agency advocating for additional resources or others, that the information is in the record. So if there are challenges with whether it's tree mortality costs, inland communities, I'd want us to receive that information.
So working on the fly, and it doesn't have the benefit of track changes from what was read into the record a few moments ago, but I've tweaked Resolve number 5 to incorporate two things. One, an affirmative connection to paragraph 11, including it being clear that that's designed to provide feedback to future board informational items, including pursuant to Resolve paragraph 11. So it's even more expansive, therefore, than 11, but now there's a direct connection. And then I've also added in, and I'll read the whole thing in, but in light of Vice Chair Diadamo's comments, there's now an explicit charge that, and besides just working to promote effective implementation of the regulation, it would also be to resolve challenges. And that's the whole Resolve 5 would now read, direct staff to maintain momentum from the regulations development and to continue robust engagement with representatives of the water supplier, academic, and advocacy communities to promote effective implementation of the regulation, resolve challenges, and use those mechanisms, should be plural, to provide feedback to future board informational items, including pursuant to Resolve paragraph 11.
Should that now be Resolve paragraph 12?
Yes.
My only hesitancy is I don't know that we would have the power to resolve all challenges. So there might be some challenges that result that we may not be able to resolve.
Identify, yeah.
Okay.
Identify, yeah. I think that works.
The concept of resolving the challenges has now been changed to identify the challenges. You can thank Chief Deputy Bishop for that suggestion. And I think I can spare everyone reading that into the record if that addresses Vice Chair Diadamo's concern.
I'm thinking so, Vice Chair and Board Member McGuire, but Board Member Firestone.
The only things I have on this one is we list water supplier, academic, and advocacy communities, and I think one of the things that's top of mind for me is all we have in here on other agencies and the coordination with particularly DWR, but we have a whole thing around other agencies as well as practitioners and conservation practitioners. But I think to the point of when we start, to Vice Chair's point, when we start listing out like every single group, it becomes challenging. So I don't know if there's a way to make it more general rather than adding to the list, or
Maybe we say and others or interested parties. I don't know what word. Our wordsmither, Mr. Lawford.
yeah, I can.
So the list was derived actually from language that the board had used earlier in the discussion. I do think simply adding on and others, as opposed to saying parties, which some people view as limiting, and stakeholders, which also. So I think add others, and obviously this is not exclusive. Your staff will engage with any that we think are appropriate on specific issues, including partner agencies at the state level.
Great. Okay. Yeah,
So-
maybe just add something more general and others.
So the change that would be discussed and would essentially be incorporated into the motion is just to adjust the language that had been previously read in the record to add, to remove the and before advocacy communities, and then put a comma after communities and put and others, and then pick up with the language that was read in earlier.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate the wordsmithing and time and hear balance and contributions of my fellow board members here and further refining this resolution.
And
Oh, yeah,
just so
please.
I'm understanding
Board
to
member.
Board Member Morgan's point, so then everything changes numbers. So
Yeah.
including
The motion should just include clear direction. I mean, when it was read into the record, it was renumbering of all the subsequent paragraphs.
Yep.
The resolved paragraphs from inserting resolve number 5. And if the motion can just include a direction to the staff to make any conforming changes associated with other cross-references that may exist.
All right. Well, looking to my colleagues if they have any other comment or anything we should bring up or address here. And if not, I think we may be prepared for a motion.
Yes, I'll make a motion. All right, I'll make a motion to adopt with the cheat sheet and the changes read into the record by Mr. Lawfer.
Second.
And the authority to make any conforming changes for cross-reference purposes because of the inserted clause.
And that authority.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. And just incredible thanks to everyone. It has been, I know, a lot of technical discussion and work This is not a perfect regulation. We can never have a perfect regulation, but it is a significant one and moves us into a direction here into the future that we can all be proud of, and that is nation leading. And so thanks, everyone has a lot to be proud of here, even if, again, there are still concerns, so thank you. That brings us to the end of this item and actually brings us to the end of our two-day board meeting here. We will now be adjourned. Our next board meeting will take place on July 16th. Until then, everyone be safe, be well. Thank you again for your incredible contributions and look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
you.